Cameron_Benedict is first to the stream.
Good day, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. Oh my goodness, that is perfectly timed. That was perfectly timed to get the voice of God right at the very beginning of the stream. Well done. Well done on that one,
Seelick. Well done. Let's see here. Yeah, holy smokes, a 25 stream streak. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for the streak. Yeah, if you're going to streak anywhere, make sure to streak in the stream. So I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, everyone. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. Let's see who all we got. Who all we got? Hootie. Welcome, glad you're here. Fair Winkling with the Twerking Ducks. We got Axel. Axel was first, redeemed first. Congratulations, well done there. Cameron says, sup. Welcome, glad you're here. Glad you're here. Seelick misclicked. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry, Seelick. But yeah, there was a TV. There was a TV. It was there. It was a thing, and it was doing stuff, showing stuff. And a good old countdown. Good old countdown. Yeah. Change that just this past week of stream. So it is a very new thing. So hopefully it's a good time. I hope anyway. Let's see here. Stream ears. Moonwood, I got a new dirt bike and it looks cool. Oh, Hootie Hand, have you posted it in the Discord? If you have, I may not have seen it. But if you haven't, I would love to see it. Love to take a look. But have you any dirt for your bike? Oh, Fair Inkling, that is a fantastic question. Is there any dirt for your bike? I know that if you were here where I live, there would be none. There would be no dirt for your bike. It would all be mud and frozen ground. Terrible stuff. Terrible. Can you replay the alert? Wait, which one? Which alert? You mean the 25 stream streak?
Cameron Reap says, art.
If you're meaning the 25 stream streak, I don't think so. It doesn't look like it. For some reason, so I can't redo. Ooh. Although that also did. I don't know. I don't know if the stream streaks do the alerts. So if you're meaning something else, let me know. Coin flipper chance, absolutely. We're gonna do a coin flip here in the next minute or so. No, I didn't put it in the Discord. Fair. Well, it looks like
Cameron has posted something on the Discord, so we're gonna take a look at that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the helium voice. Let's see. Over on YouTube, we've got Charlie. Welcome, Charlie. Glad you're here.
And
PNG. I'm now a PNG. Welcome, Charlie. Glad you're here. And yeah, those
AI ads are extremely annoying. I totally forgot that I actually got the invert Moon Man working on the PNG, so that's a good time. Also, I am not. Why is the guy not animating? Let's see. Let's switch that over to the Yeti Classic, and let's see what happens. Hey, there we go. Now he's talking. Now he is talking. That's what I like to see. That is what I like to see. Let's see. Yeah. The AI ads absolutely horrible and terrible, and I'm so. If I could choose the amount, like, not the amount, if I could choose the types of ads, okay, I can change the amount, I've set it to low, but if I could choose the types of ads that run on these live streams, I would say uninclude all AI ads because they're extremely frustrating. Oh my goodness!
Welcome to the Moonwood Alliance, Cameron Reap.
Cameron, thank you so much for the resub with the Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. 6 months is a crazy streak. It's not technically, it's not a streak. I don't know why I call it a streak. I think it's because Axel then just posted his streak That's my bad. 6 months. I appreciate that, though. Thank you. Thank you so much for being subscribed for 6 months. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see here. Yes, so we're going to take a look at art, and then we're going to do the coin flip. Let's see. What else we got? We got Draco over on YouTube. Welcome. Glad you're here, Draco. Charlie says, I saw the same one 3 times in a row. Oh, my gosh. That is way too many times. That's too many times for any ad. But especially an AI ad, it is the worst. I freaking hate the, what is it called? Like the Summit 44 or whatever it's called. And they're like, imagine you could create any app you want with just your thoughts. And I'm like, shut up. You can't. Good times. But then, of course, you know, you got the good old classic.
Bread.
Good old bread. Thank you for the bread. I appreciate that. Let's see here. I'm going to join this on Twitch. Sounds good. We will see you over there. I will say, as annoying as the ads are on YouTube, depending on which platform you're watching on, if you're watching on mobile or desktop, the ads are way less than on Twitch. I'm just saying. I'm not saying you have to switch over to YouTube, but I am saying that if you're not a fan of ads, they're usually more quickly skippable over on YouTube. So, you know, if you're interested in not having ads. Let's see here. Let's see. Some Random Dev says, can't listen because I'm out, so please don't say anything I wouldn't want to miss. Thank you for that fart. I appreciate that as I'm reading your message. Don't worry, Some Random Dev. I will not say anything that you wouldn't want to miss. I feel like nothing that I say would be something you'd want to miss. But I appreciate you pulling up, even if you are out. So I appreciate that. Thank you. The invert works cool. I know. I was very happy that it actually started. He's talking all about how this Some Rand Dev guy is awesome and the sauce. That's true. Most of the sauce, but also awesome. But most of the sauce. Let's see here. Making sure we get all this. Axel says, hell yeah, a 30 stream streak. That is super impressive. Axel, if you're gonna streak anywhere, I appreciate you streaking here in the stream. So thank you for that. I just realized I no longer have sub. That's so sad for me. No, Hootie, I'm so sorry. If you were here, I don't remember if you were here or not. But if you had been here on the Tuesday stream went wild. Friggin' Footlong Icicle came in here with like friggin' 30 gifted subs. Oh my god! What? Hold up! What's going on here?
All aboard.
What's going on here with this hype train?
Is heading for the moon.
What? Wait, what started this hype train? What happened? Why is it saying? It just says that a hype train started, but it doesn't say why. So if you're the reason for the hype train starting, I appreciate that. I feel like sometimes the resubs, if you don't mark it to show, then it won't show. That's, oh my goodness, what?
Axel_Benedict just cheered a whopping 100 bits.
Axel, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't know why my Leorin board keeps crashing anytime anything like that happens, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm gonna have to look into that and see what's going on there. But yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for the 100 bits. I do appreciate that. Let's heck and go. Indeed. Okay, all right, let's see. I realize I no longer subscribed. I'm back in my hometown for 2 days. Oh, pretty exciting. Is it fun to be back? Or are you like, get me out of here as quickly as possible? I can already create an app, any app I want with my thoughts. See, that you don't need AI. What?
Some Randev just cheered a whopping 100 bits.
Thank you so much for that 100 bits.
But I want an emote.
I mean, that's fair. I don't know what's happening either, aside from the fact that we've got a hype train. So, yeah, you will get that.
SC4Lek just cheered a whopping 1,000 bits.
Oh my goodness! SE4Lek. Thank you. That's impressive. I like that. That was funny. Let's see here. We got a fart. I don't need no stinky Robert telling me what to make. Exactly. I will make my hot garbage and like it. Fairly says, hello! Welcome, Fairly. Glad you're here. Welcome. Hopefully you're having an absolutely fantastic week so far. Oh my god, what?
Axel_Benedict gifted a tier 1 subscription to Hootie Hand.
Thank you so much for that, Axel. I appreciate that. And congratulations, Hootie Hand. You got yourself a fantastic gifted sub right there. Absolutely beautiful stuff. I feel like at this point, you're crashing my Leorin board on purpose, aren't you, Axel? Oh, that's hilarious. I think it's just specifically to the hype train. So I don't know what's going on there. Very bizarre. All right, coin flip is calling. You are correct. Coin flip is calling. Let's get that prediction going, and then that way we can actually have it ready to go in the next 5 minutes. So let's start a prediction. We're going to do a heads or tails coin flip. Remember, we're going to do best 2 out of 3. So put your guesses in. Let me know what you think. If it's going to be heads or tails. I believe last time it was heads that won, but who knows? It's 50-50 shot. So yeah. So get that in there if you'd like to participate. And who knows? You could win big and win all sorts of fun points. It's for a funeral. Oh. Yeah, that's not as fun, Cameron. That is not as fun. I am so sorry. Yeah, no bueno. Well, I hope that everything will go all right. I hope that being able to spend time with family and friends will help through that. So, Hoodian says at Summer and Dev, when's your next stream? That is true. Summer and Dev, it has been a very long time. We better start seeing something soon. Something soon. Oh my, what the?
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Never, no, never. I would never.
You would never.
Do other sound effects. Axel_Benedict just gifted a whopping.
Oh my gosh. What? A whopping what? Why did it cut off? Oh, it opened it twice. Ah, crap. All right, I'm just going to close that. There we go. That should be better. I don't know why I cut off that number. That is very frustrating. I am sorry. I am sorry about that.
Fairly I says, I love Tomb of Vercilias by Moop Whoop James.
What? Well, I appreciate that, Fairly. Thank you. I'm glad that you love Tomb of Vercilias by Moonwood James. That's hard to say. That is really hard to say. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. All right. Let's see here. The worst one I've seen is one for a bad drug. Oh, yeah, that's not good. That is not good at all. Let's see here. David Van Housen says hello. Welcome, David Van Housen. Glad you're here. Hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week. Thank you, Axel. Never again. I only streak inside of streams. I mean, that's fair. That's fair, some Ran Dev. It is more fun to streak anyway. Yeah. I was vacillating on. Wait. I was vacillating.
Thanks for the follow. I am Anosity.
Oh my goodness! What the? Should I just keep Leo on board quotes for a while? I feel like I should. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And there we go. There it is. Over there. Right over there. Oh my goodness! What the? Holy smokes! Okay, well let's see. Yeah. So
Benedict gifted 2 subscriptions to the Moonwood Alliance.
I don't know why it skipped over it, but Black Oxytocin, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. And looks like we are now wait. Oh, we're at a level 2 now. Oh my goodness, we are at a level 2. Thank you so much. And Axel, of course, for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Tails never fails. I mean, technically it failed last time, so let's do art. I suppose we could do some art. Might as well take a look. All right, let's go take a look at art, and then I'm going to catch up on the rest of chats, and then we're going to do the coin flip, and then I've got some good news for everyone. I hope it'll be good news. It's good news for me anyway. All right, let's see. What do we got here? We have got a absolutely fantastic looking drawing right here. Beautiful stuff. I love it, Cameron. The use of color, always fantastic. I would not have thought the like browns and oranges would look good, but like you somehow manage, and it looks absolutely fantastic. Beautifully done. And okay, I was for a second I was like, is she holding a wig? And then I was like, oh wait, I think it's not done. I think it's not done yet, and once it's done, that'll make more sense. But that looks fantastic. Yeah, very well done. Okay, yes, Rose and her grandmother. Okay, yes, beautiful stuff. As always, love the line work with the hair. It looks fantastic. So, very nice work. Keep it up. It is absolutely beautiful stuff. Yeah. All right, let's see here. Okay, so we're running down the clock. We've only got 50 seconds remaining on the heads or tails. So if you want to vote, make sure to get your votes in there for the heads or the tails, and we'll see what is happening. Let's see, the hype train is still going. Holy smokes! Thank you all so much for that. I appreciate that. Okay, all right. Okay, so we got that. Art is cool. Love Tomb of Vercilias. The MF didn't even try. I know, he just like skipped over. I hope you're talking about the text-to-speech and not me. I need to go. Cameron, I appreciate you being here. And yeah, hopefully you have an absolutely fantastic rest of your evening. So can we do art now? Yeah, I apologize. It does take a little bit to get through and get into the swing of things. Is the demo out? Not quite yet, Hootie Hen, but I promise it will be in the future. In the very future, near future. Oh no! No. Oh, no. Crap. It crashed again, and now it's not connecting to Twitch. Oh, okay. All right. What's happening with my Leorin board? All right. Let's see what's going on here. So I'm going to close that. I'm going to come over here, and we are going to manage requests, and I'm going to come over here, and we are going to say no to that one. So Fairwinkling, you got your points back. Don't even worry about it. You have not lost those points, I promise. We're going to mark all those as complete, and then we're going to try and reopen Leorin board and just see if it reconnects. It looks like it is all reconnected now. Now the next ones should connect just fine. So, fantastic stuff there. Okay. Heads keeps winning. Oh, that's right. We've got ourselves a coin flip to go now. All right, everybody, coin flip time, and then we're going to catch up a bit more on chat, and then we're going to get started on the evening. Should be a good time. So let's do a little bit of a coin flip. Here we go. Remember, it is best 2 out of 3. So whoever wins the best 2 out of 3, that is the guess who wins. So here we go. Coin flip. Let's see. Drum roll. Oh, we got ourselves a tails. Could this be the tails never fails? It could be. It very well could be. Let's try one more time. We got one more. Let's see what happens. Is it gonna be a tie? Oh! We got sudden death. Coming up. All right, here we go, everybody. We got 1 and 1. One heads, one tails. Let's see what happens. Here we go. Flip one more time. Everybody, cross your fingers. Oh! We've got ourselves another heads. We've got heads again. Congratulations if you guessed heads. Very well done. I am so sorry for the tease that was that one tails. Holy smokes. That is I am so sorry. I'm so sorry for that. But hey, if you guess heads, congratulations. Well done. You have won this round. You've won this round, and you have won the points. So let's come in here and manage the prediction. We're going to choose the outcome, and that was heads. Heads all the way, complete prediction. Are you sure that heads is the outcome? The correct... Oh my gosh, the viewers who have chosen the correct outcome will be awarded 8,550 channel points. Congratulations. If you guessed heads, complete prediction, you've got yourself some absolutely fantastic points there. Well, that was a good time. Hootie Hand, I appreciate you keeping me accountable for that, because I don't know why I forgot the times you weren't here, so I appreciate it. Fairly says that's the first time I've ever... Wait. Hold on, wait. Okay, all right, never mind. It's just because the hype train ended. I was like, wait, what happened? But yeah, thank you everybody who participated in the hype train. I appreciate that. If you did, make sure to get your chest, get your unlock your random emote, and yeah, should be a fantastic time. Okay, Leorin board, come on, come back to me. There we go. It's back. All right. Oh, the hype chest. All right, let's see. Oh wait, I didn't get one. It's on the way. Okay. All right, and then we got the details. So yeah, congratulations. It looks like... Oh. It looks like we had 2 people that guessed tails, and everybody else was on heads. So I guess the 2 of you that guessed tails, I am so sorry. But for everybody who guessed heads, congratulations. Very well done. Let's see here. Let us see. We've got... Imonosity? How do we pronounce your name? Hello, welcome, glad you're here. I am here on Twitch now. Welcome. I'm glad you're here over on Twitch. I am so sorry that I pronounced your name so horribly. That is my bad. Boo, I was too late. I'm sorry. No, I wasn't. Thanks for the gifted sub. Hey, Moonwood, when is the repo stream coming? Ooh, I would love to play a repo. I would love to play any games, but as of right now, things are just so busy. Tails fails whenever I'm in stream. David says, hello, welcome David, glad you're here. Oh, I should send some art. Yes, you should. Absolutely, you should, Fairly. And oh yeah, you did share your website to the Discord. That's right. How can I join Discord? If I can, you absolutely can. Yes, so there's the link. Yeah, so ! Discord should be the link to the Discord. So yeah, I appreciate you being on top of that, Cameron. Thank you. Fairwinkling has been robbed. I demand 100k points as reconciliation. How about I just give you your points back? If I could award points, this would be a very messed up economy, because I feel like I would award so many points to so many people. It would be bad. It would be very bad. You're getting 50 points. Heads, robbery. Let's go. I have yet to win a single time. Really? Okay, so now we know. Fairwinkling, whenever you are putting in your guess, whichever one you guess, you need to actually say which one you are going with, and then you need to let everybody know so that everybody can pick the opposite one of you so that everyone can win. I think that's how it's got to go. If it's heads, I'm never coming back. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Hootie Hint. I'm so sorry. Oh, well, I actually won a coin flip. I think I've lost like 25K from trying in the past. Holy smokes, Fairly. That is a lot. That is a lot. How do I use points? So the points, right below the chat, so I'll actually, I guess it depends on what you're on. If you're on mobile, it's going to be slightly different than if you're on a desktop. But basically, I believe even on mobile, at the bottom of the chat, somewhere on the screen, there should be a spot that should be called mana. So basically the mana are the channel points. And with those channel points, you'll be able to do different redemptions. You can like change my voice, turn me into a PNG tuber. You can highlight your message. You can make me do things like stretch, bicep curls and chest benders. Yeah, all sorts of fun stuff. Hopefully it's fun. I hope it's fun stuff. I'm still trying to find even more stuff to have your points redeemed on, so, you know.
Axel_Benedict wants Moonman to do 10 chest benders.
That's the one. That's the one.
Axel_Benedict wants Moonman to do 10
Oh my goodness, I now have the voice of God. And I can say this now, that Axel Benedict has redeemed Stretch. Yeah. Hey, look at that. Spoken like a true voice of God. And now a PNG.
And now a PNG. So much fun. So much fun. Fairy Linkley says, I'm going to mail Moonman an official Pro League coin flipping coin so we can stop this weighted coin tomfoolery. I wouldn't say no. That would actually be kind of fun to have like a professional thing. I would not mind. Bottom left on mobile, top left on chat on desktop. There we go. Let's see here. Hootie End is saying that I'm yapping. I do need to wrap it up. Let's see. X Propaganda Plays X. It's you, the big bad wolf. It is me. Oh shoot, I was AFK. I'm so sorry, Felix. I'm so sorry. Also, you may have to correct me, but I'm just gonna say Imanosity. That's what I'm gonna say. If that's wrong, let me know. It's supposed to be an I. Oh my gosh. I'm literally telling you that you're going to need to correct me if I pronounce your name wrong in a message where you are telling me how to pronounce your name. It's supposed to be an I know an I. Wait, it's supposed to be an I. Oh, it's supposed to be an L, not an I. So it's Lemonosity.
It is L.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense. It's an L, not an I. So you're Lemonosity. Okay. Fair. Cool. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna try to remember that it's Lemonosity. I will try my best to remember that. Can we do another coin flip? We might do one later in the evening. We may do one later in the stream in like an hour or so. Kind of spice it up a little bit midway through. Save for like it's currently on a 35 stream streak. Holy smokes! You're actually. Wait, no, you're not. I was like, wait. But that does suck. That does suck that it did get reset to a 3. But that is absolutely fantastic that you are kind of technically on a 35 stream streak. I wish that like there was a little bit of a grace period, but oh well. I'm due a win any day. That's true. That's true, Fairy Linkley. If Vegas has taught me anything, it's that the more you lose, the better your chances are of winning. So technically, you are ripe. You are ripe. And of course, Fairly says, Red.
Good old bread. I got a real coin. Google coin. It's rigged. It's true. It is. I do feel like it's rigged. It is an L. Moonwood set a timer for the coin flip. So I've got a timer showing how long that the stream has been going and also how long it's been recording. So
we'll keep an eye on that. And then I think probably when we hit an hour in the stream, we will do another coin flip. And then Draco says, Moon, I think you need glasses. It's very possible. It's very. I probably do. I am getting to that age. I'm an old man now. But anyway, all right. Well, we have got ourselves some stuff we got to do that Axel has requested, which is the chest benders, the bicep curls, and the stretches. So let's crank the jams. We're going to take care of that, and then we're going to jump in and we are going to do some game dev stuff in a game dev stream. I know, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So here we go. Let's crank the jams and let's do some physical activities. Here we go. Oh. In the wise words of Michael Scott, let's get physicals. All right, everybody. Count them with me. Here we go. 10 on the clock. 1. Yeah, there we go. 2, 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and 9, and 10. Whew. Oh, there we go. And we got some chest benders. Here we go. 10 on the clock. Count them with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. All right. And now let's close that off with a good stretch. Everybody ready? Oh, let's stretch, and we're gonna go to the left. Here we go. And to the right. Oh, bring it back now, y'all. Oh, that was a good stretch. That was a good stretch. Thank you, Axel. I appreciate that. Oh, now that I'm all properly out of breath. Oh, wait, this isn't a yapping stream? I know. I know. It's rare. It's rare when that happens, but I try not to do just yapping. See, Lemonosity says, by the way, you are the reason I started coding. Hey! If there's one thing that can actually happen from these streams, from me doing stuff, if I can help inspire people to create and like put their ideas and their thoughts and themselves out in the world, I'll consider it a success. I still want to actually finish the game, but if I can at least inspire people to be creative and let that creativity out, then I will consider it a success. So I'm very glad that I inspired you to start coding. So very nice, very nice. Whew, Axel says, Moonman, you still got to do that top 10 list, which I know Paper Planes and Cascade will be on. So what's the other 8 picks? I will see if I can get it to you by end of day tomorrow, if that works for you. But you are correct. You are correct. Paper Planes and Cascade are 100% going to be on that list. Yeah, I might have to go back and like basically re-listen to your entire library just to remember all of them. But yeah, 100%. I do want to go through and do that. I gotta go. Bye, Hootie Hand. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully we'll see you again maybe later in the stream. If not, we will see you again on the next stream. So. And Luminosity said, I made 2 circles and a gun PNG so far. Hey, that is a start, and starting is half the battle, so I don't want to say you're halfway there, but you've at least taken on half the battle so far. So that is absolutely fantastic. I love to hear it. Love to hear it. Okay, everybody. So, yeah, like I said, we've got good news. Mostly good news. Mostly good news. So, first bit of good news is I was able to figure out how to actually get it to show the progress and animate it. So let me actually do this really quickly. So in here, I'm actually going to turn this off, and I'm going to turn, well, yeah, no, we'll show this first. So basically this is going to be like just a rough general example of what it should look like when you are activating the portal puzzle. So if you remember, there's like the circle, stones, and things like that. So basically, when you get it all connected, it'll animate like that. So it'll go from the center, animate out, and then if you ever like swap one of the pieces, it will then empty. So that's filling it, and then if you ever move the pieces, then it empties like that. So I know it's really not that crazy. Like you see it and you're like, okay, like cool, like it was a lot, okay? I'm just gonna say it was a lot. It was a lot of code, a lot of stuff that I had no idea what I was doing, but I feel like it looks fine. It's not anything crazy, like it's not anything amazing, but I'm like, you know what? At least it's animated at least, and that is what makes me happy. So that is what the general animation should look like. So let's get that turned off. So this is just like the text thing. So basically, let me show you what goes into that freaking thing. So this is specifically just to the inner energy reveal. So this is just like that smallest circle in the center. This is everything that goes into it. So first, I have to show the image, and then I set the angle of that image, and then all of this code right here. So everything in that highlight in the blue is all this code that goes into. So this is actually hiding it under the mask, and then this is everything that reveals it. So this is like basically like erasing the mask. And then I have to do that again for the center ring and then the outer ring. And then this is it actually erasing it. So this is erasing the outer, the middle, and the center. So yeah, there's quite a bit of code that actually goes into it. I was very surprised. I figured it would be easier than that, but oh well. Oh well. So anyway, so that is that. So now let me show you kind of what things are looking like, because there was another issue that we were running into at the end of last stream that I do have finally figured out and finished. So Loki says, good evening. Just evening, but good evening to you, Loki. Good evening. Glad you're here. Hopefully you have an absolutely fantastic week so far. Further says, I'm still really hoping wish lists start to come in a bit quicker for Jellyfields. Pretty worried about launch. Well, fairly, I will hope the same, but I will do you one better. Here we go. We're going to do a little bit of this and a little bit of this. And I mean, I know that you've like shared it places, but I'm going to throw this in here as well. If you have not wishlisted Jellyfields on Steam already, first of all, what are you doing with your life? Make sure to go in there, in the link right there. It cuts off, but in that link right there, make sure to go there. Make sure to wishlist Jellyfields on Steam. It is going to be an absolutely fantastic banger of a game. If you want, there is a free demo available right now that our very near and dear Fairly has created. Fairly has created more than just the demo, the whole game, but the demo is available on Steam. So if you want to give it a shot and see what it's all about, it is an absolutely fantastic game. Love it. So yeah, if you have not already, make sure to go wishlist. So go do it right now. I'll wait. Okay, that's probably enough time. But yeah. So Fairly, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. I promise. You do not have anything to worry about. It's going to be great. It is going to be fantastic. Let's see. Lemonosity says, I am confused a lot because I don't know how the game works. Like with this game or the one you're making? Either way, because I can give you like just a really quick brief rundown if you would like, just so that you kind of know like what's going on with the game and what it's all about. Fairly says, thank you so much. I'm super close to 2K wishlist, which is exciting. That is super exciting. I haven't checked in a while, but the last time that I checked, I believe Tomb of Vercilias was like 100. So the fact that you're almost at 2,000 is super exciting stuff. Fun fact, it's actually lost around 1K wishlist just from me having my mental health issues last year and my content stopping, which makes me sad, but I'm making the best with what's happened. I mean, that's fair. I'm kind of shocked. Like maybe it's just me. Does anybody else remove games from their Steam wishlist? I feel like I rarely if ever actually remove a game from my wish list, even if it's been on there for like years and I've never purchased it. And there's even been games where I've been like, I don't even know if I'm going to ever even play this or / buy it. But I don't think I've ever really removed anything from my Steam wish list. I'm pretty sure it's just always been, I just leave it there. So I don't know. I guess some people do clean out their wish lists, but I guess to be fair, I also have hundreds of games on my wish list. So it is a bit of a mess, just a little bit. Draco says, if I buy it on, say, PlayStation instead of Steam, okay, I can see that. Yeah, if you bought it on a different platform, I could see you removing it. Okay, that makes sense. I'd say that makes sense. I don't think I've ever removed a game from mine. The only time it leaves is when I buy it. That's how I am anyway. That's how I am. I never like manually remove games from my wish list. I'm just like, well, if I buy it, it'll get removed, and if I don't, then it's going to be there forever, basically. Anyway, so if you remember from the last stream, we finally got it to the point where it was finally able to show these dials here, and we could rotate them, which was fantastic, really great. But we could only ever have it snap if it was at a 90 or a 0 degree rotation, and it would snap to that 0 degree rotation. And then if you went anywhere else, it would snap, but like it would do weird things, and it just wasn't good. And then like snapping here to the bottom just wasn't working, so it was not great. But as you can see, as I'm going around, it is snapping to places. It is now snapping on all 3 wheels in all of the different directions, so it now can snap at both at the 0, the 90, the 180, and the 270 degree marks. So that way, because I don't want it to be, because technically you will need to have this facing up like this. So like, yes, we could make it so it doesn't snap, but like at the same time, I'm like, there's not really a point to doing that. Like we could technically make it so it doesn't snap, where it just like you would have to just get to a certain specific spot at some point in time, but I'm like, it needs to be angled up anyway. Maybe eventually I'll come up with some puzzle where like there's like things that are moving, and so like you have to actually set them up in very specific locations. But I think for now what it'll be is it'll snap to the 4 different the north, south, east, and west directions. And yeah. So basically this is what we got going so far. The other thing is also it was a little bit tricky, but these are actually 2 image layers that have to be rotating at the exact same rates. And I know that sounds simple, but with RPG Maker, nothing is ever like this simple. So anyway, and you can ignore these numbers right here. They will not be there in the finished product. This is just to help me know which direction the image is facing, so I know when it should be connecting. I've not actually made it yet, so that, because technically when it should be is when it connects here. So if this is at 0 degrees and this is at 90 degrees, it should connect and it should animate this in, and then it'll be here. And then if you were to go like this, then it would also animate in here. but it wouldn't be technically done because it needs to go up and not to the left. So technically it would need to be like this. So that's what we're going to be doing tonight. We're going to be getting all of this in place so that you can actually win this puzzle. And yeah, it's going to be a bit, because I was thinking about it. I'm like, okay, we have 3 different like pipe lengths. So these are all technically like the number 1 pipe length. So it is a 90-degree pipe length. And then we have a 180-degree pipe length. And then we have a 270-degree pipe length. And I was thinking about it today, and I was like, okay, there are going to be so many conditional branches that we have to take into consideration as it's trying to fill these up. And then also we have to take into consideration that if you start moving it, it then needs to get rid of the energy flow that is going from here to here. So we also have to take into consideration that if you remove this one, it will also remove it from here and here. So it's going to be a lot, probably a pretty tedious process, but I hope that it should be worth it in the end. So that is what we're going to be doing tonight. Hopefully should be a good time. I hope. We'll see. We will see. Okay, well. Axel says, I barely use Steam wishlist. If I want a game, I just save the money, forget all about it, and then when I remember it, I find it on sale. And like with Payday 2 back in 2019, I was able to buy $150 worth of DLC and the base game for $60. That is not bad. I mean, fair. That is fair. But I feel like I usually don't buy games on Steam unless it's on sale, and so I'll put it on my wish list, and then every now and then, usually around like the summer sale and the winter sale and stuff like that, is when I will sort my wish list by highest discount, not cheapest, highest discount, so I can figure out which one's the most discounted, and then I go buy that one. It's a good time. Look, it says sometimes I add mostly, sometimes I add mostly to remind myself to look at it. If I then take a deeper look and decide, nah, I will remove, but mostly only removed it because, purchased elsewhere, or it's removed from the store. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. And I kind of use the same thing too. I actually have a handful of free-to-play games on my wish list that I'm like, I want to play, but if I add it to my Steam library, it will just get buried with all the other games. And so my wish list is still technically smaller than my actual Steam library. So I'm like, okay, I will keep anything that I want to play, even if it's free to play, but I don't have time right now to play it. I will leave it on my wish list, and then I'll sort it by, so yeah, good times. I did get some theory crafting done on project. Also working on getting some advice from a friend on what they think the better mechanic would be. Oh, that's pretty exciting stuff. Hopefully their advice will be useful. I hope. Further says, I believe wish lists are important because it determines if Steam pushes that game onto the charts when it launches. That is true. That is true. Yeah, the more wish lists, the better, for sure. Yeah, 100%. So I totally understand why you're wanting to get the wish list. I mean, I'm also hoping for more wish lists on Tomb of Vercilias as well. At some point in time, eventually it may be. So I get it. 100%. Okay, so yeah, so basically I'm just gonna have to go through, because there's not really a good way aside from just saying if this one. I'm trying to think of the best way to go about this. I'm trying to think of what's going to require the least amount of redundant code to actually get this thing working. Because I don't want to have to manually go through for every single rotation angle, because right now it's equal to 0. And then if I rotate it here, it's equal to 90, 180, 270. I don't want to have to go through here and be like, okay, if this is equal to 0, and then this one's equal to 90, this one gets turned on. But then if this one's equal to 90, then this one's equal to 180, and it turns on. But the thing is, like, I almost feel like I'm gonna have to, because I'm just like, that there's gonna be so many different potential combinations, because again, like I said, there's 3 different pipe lengths, and then there's the 4 different degrees of rotation. And so, even if, like, say for example, this image is currently at a 0-degree rotation, if this has a pipe length of 2, so it's 180 degrees, so instead of coming out here to the right, it's coming out to the bottom, then even if I say, okay, if this is equal to 0 and this is equal to 90, on this one particularly, it would say, okay, this is a connection now. But if it's the 180, then this wouldn't be a connection, this would be a connection. Yeah, so anyway, that's what we got. That is what we got. Anyway, yeah, there we go. Let's see, Yannick? I believe it's Yannick Studio says, hi, I'm new here. Welcome. Glad you're here. Just wanted to, but I just want to say that you're a legend for achieving this in RPG Maker. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's it's a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun. It honestly, like at the end of the day, when I'm able to do stuff like this in RPG Maker, it's an odd feeling of satisfaction to be like, because I mean, like I'm sure there are games out there that have accomplished some similar things, but I'm like, in any of the games, in any of the RPG Maker games I've ever played, I've never seen anything where like you can rotate the images like this. Like I don't know. Again, like I know there's like puzzles where like you rotate things and like all that fun stuff, but I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen it done quite like this. Like it is definitely a fun source of enjoyment for me. Maybe I'm weird. Maybe I'm weird because of it, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. But I appreciate that. So thank you. Philly says, I'm aiming for 5K by launch, but Jellyfields definitely is just waiting for a content creator to play it because they will get addicted. True. Yeah, I feel like that would be like the ultimate luck, is if your game can get picked up by some kind of live streamer, content creator, someone who has an audience, 100,000 or something like that followers. I feel like that would be that could be something that would actually carry it. Honestly, I feel like something that could be a huge plus, and I like, obviously I'm not gonna go out and like ask him, because I feel like that'd be, but I feel like if someone like Inbound Shovel, because I know that Inbound Shovel has seen some of your devlogs and has commented on your stuff, I almost feel like if Inbound Shovel were to see Jellyfields and play it on stream, I feel like he could also have a huge impact on the wish list and things like that, especially if it wasn't just like a live stream but like an actual video that he was making. I feel like that could be huge. Moon, I'm so addicted to my own game that I'm working on it purely for fun and not because I have to. Take a break from playing games and having to go to have fun making Jellyfields. See, and that is an absolutely fantastic sign, because if you are having fun, not only playing your game, but also like, well, okay, also playing your game. If you're having fun making your game, that is going to come through as you're, into the actual game itself. If it's just like a frustrating thing that you're doing, you're like, I just don't want to do this, like, it's not going to be fun. Because if you're not having fun, the person who's playing it isn't going to have fun either. It's just going to be a paint by numbers kind of thing, really. So if you're having fun making it, that's going to come across in the actual game itself. And then if you're having fun playing it, that is even bigger and better. So yeah, absolutely fantastic. I love that. Okay, so I'm kind of thinking probably the best way to go about this is, yeah, I'm just gonna do this. I'm going to turn off the full screen here so I can have this over here on this other part of my monitor. And then in here, so basically this is everything that it is doing. So this is everything in terms of like the initialization. This is showing the dials, this is showing the progress bars, and this whole thing right here, so all of this right here, this is all of the code to actually mask the progress bars. So this is for each of the layers, and then right here, this is actually revealing the center progress bar. So obviously, as of right now, there's like the little I don't know, gem in the center. I don't know what I'm going to call it. So basically the general idea is you will find this piece somewhere in the tomb and you'll be able to collect it, put it in your inventory. And then when you come back here, you would then pick it up and you would move it to here and then you put it down and then it would actually activate this. So then it would fill up this first bar. And then at that point, you'd then, be able to do all this stuff and connect it and you'd be good to go. So yeah. So anyways, that is that. Right here, so that's showing, and then it's revealing at that point, and then I think the rest of this is okay. So the rest of this, so everything from here down is like unused stuff, but I'm gonna keep it in here because like some of it I do need to use. I do need to use this at some point. I do need to use this at some point. So I just have it here so I can just like basically cut it and paste it over somewhere else. So yeah. Axel says I gotta go, Moon Man. I'll see you later. Axel, I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you have an absolutely fantastic evening and rest of your week. I appreciate you participating in the hype train. I appreciate the gifted subs, the bits. I do appreciate that. So thank you so much. And yeah, we'll see you on the next stream. And I'll chat to you on Discord as well. So, all right. Fred says, I definitely want to play your game. I think a thing people don't realize about your game is that it requires a lot of the game in order to properly function in a fun way. I mean, that's fair. So I understand why the demo is taking longer than expected. Yeah, well, and it's also like, because here's the thing too. It's like every single system in this game, I am having to like hand code. Like it's not just like, basically none of the features built into RPG Maker can I actually use. Like so much of it is having to be put in my, like built it out myself. So it definitely is a lot of work, but I feel like once we get all of the rest of the functions working, we should be in a better spot. I hope so. Yeah, it is something that like I wish this could be going faster. I really truly wish. Honestly, I'm like, if I could start like a Kickstarter and just be like, hey, if I can hit some crazy number so I can quit my job and do this full time for like the next year, I can have it done, I feel like, pretty quickly. But to be able to do something like that, I would have to get like, I would probably have to get like $100,000 in funding to be able to justify and say, okay, I can quit my job. That is enough of like a cushion to like allow us to like live our lives for like another year and a half. And yeah, so anyway, so probably not gonna happen, but oh well. But I do appreciate that fairly, so thank you. Because he completely reworks the game every week. Not every week. Sometimes I just spend like 2 weeks on a single puzzle and barely make any progress. There's that too. Let's see, Eduardo says, hello, Pookie Cookie, a cherry dough. Welcome, Eduardo. Long time no see. Greetings from Brazil. Glad to see you. Glad to see you here. How are you doing this fine day? I'm doing absolutely fantastic. How you doing? Where is Doritos? Doritos hath disappeared with the new stream setup. I don't know if you noticed, but there's a new stream setup. I may have to find a new place for Doritos to pop up on. So, yeah, but maybe one day. Cameron says, my hype emote, by the way. Ooh, I like that hype emote. That is cool. I like it. Bradley says, it's like trying to make a demo for a Stardew Valley game. It's hard because the fun is an entire process, not just some of the mechanics. True. And it's, yeah, especially, yeah, with Jellyfields, especially, it's like you've got so much stuff going on that you are having to build out. And it's like, you can't just have like a couple systems and be like, all right, here's a demo, here's this. Because it's like, without all of the systems, it's like, okay, it's like I can do these 2 things. Cool. So, Hoppy Bonds says, says some Hoppy Bonds. Sneaky. Very sneaky, very hoppy sneaky. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Hopefully you have an absolutely fantastic week. Exactly. Put him in your head. Put him on your head. Oh, I wonder if I could do some kind of like a camera tracking thing and just like have him stuck to my head. I could try that. HT has your comments. HT was your comments? Wait, I don't get it. I don't get what HT is. A game doesn't need to be pretty to be good if the gameplay loop is good enough. True. Like Slay the Spire, early development. Very good point. That is a very good point. Draco says, I regret throwing away my old crude laptop from COVID era, as I realize now I could turn it into a test machine or even a server. Oh, Draco, that is an absolutely fantastic point. Yeah, those kinds of things, it's like, you don't really think about stuff like that. And then it happens, and oh my goodness.
Welcome Travis Roman and your 33 amazing audience members.
Travis, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome everyone. I'm glad you're here. Welcome. But yeah, Draco, it's one of those things that's like you get an old computer and you're like, do I actually need this? Not really. And then later you're like, crap, I should have held on to that. Oh well. You don't really think about it until you get into computer stuff. True. That's a good point. It's a fantastic point. Let's see, Eduardo says, hello, Raiders. Yes, welcome, Raiders. Glad you're here. Some aspects of a game can carry it, like good music, art, gameplay. Good thing Jellyfields has it all. That's true. It does have it all. Well, anyway, yeah, Travis, I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. If you get a raid and run, no worries at all. But I do appreciate the raid. Hey, hope you're having a good stream. I forwarded on YouTube side as well. I hope it worked. Oh, let's take a look. It looks like it. I appreciate that. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Girlfriend do be amazing. Exactly. That's what GF stands for. His girlfriend, not Jellyfields. Well, welcome everyone. Glad you're here. As just a really quick, just in case you are new and haven't been a part of a raid in the past, because Travis is absolutely freaking amazing and is raided multiple times. I appreciate that. Yes. So basically, I'm Moonwood Games. I'm making a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG, built-in RPG Maker MV. And general idea is you are a bounty hunting adventurer who is going into a wizard's tower who was researching black magic. He was the king's right-hand wizard, and he started researching black magic. The king was not a fan of that, and so he ordered for Vercilias, who is the mage's name. He ordered for his arrest, and he was not, Vercilias was not a fan of that, and so he cursed his wizard's tower to have it ever be shifting and changing and moving so that no one could ever find their way to him, which worked. No one is ever able to go arrest him, but because of how it's always shifting and changing, no one has also ever seen him come out of his tower. So everyone just assumes that he's probably dead dead inside of his tower, and so the locals now refer to it as the Tomb of Vercilias. But the king is not, won't take that as an answer. He's like, no, until I actually see him dead or alive, I'm going to just assume he's still in there, researching his dark magics. So you are an adventurer who is taking up a bounty that is on his head. So you're going to go in there and you're going to try and navigate this unnavigable labyrinth of a tomb, trying to find your way to Vercilias and get him and bring him to the king. So making progress on it slowly but surely. So there's going to be like a central town hub thing where there will be NPCs to talk to, quests to get, items to buy, all sorts of fun stuff. Also, just ignore the change of the art from there to there. This was the original type of art, and then I was like, this does not work very well. So then this was kind of like a concept, and I was like, you know what, I actually like this one a lot more, and so I'm going to eventually be replacing these with something that looks more akin to this, but that is all in due time. So anyway, so there'll be a town for you to, like, you know, buy, sell, get quests, all that fun stuff, and then you can head into the tomb. And like I said, it's a roguelike, so every time that you start a new run of the tomb, there's this perk card system where you're going to be able to pick a random 3 cards that it picks for you. So you'll just be able to pick one of these 3 random cards. They do things like giving you thorns damage, or increase your dexterity but decrease your vitality, stuff like that, to kind of like, hopefully kind of mix up the gameplay just a little bit every single time you play. And then you go in here to the tomb, and so basically the tomb, I completely forgot that I had this turned on automatically. Let me turn that off really quickly. Let me move myself over to here, and then we'll get back to the game dev stuff very, very soon. Oh, Travis had got to run. Have a good one. I appreciate it, though. Travis, thank you so much. Hopefully have an absolutely fantastic rest of your evening. Okay, that's right. Don't turn that to that. We're gonna set this to be deactivated. There we go. Okay, here we go. So basically the general idea is, like I said, actually I think that it's only combat on right now, so let me adjust that really quickly as well. So basically it's you're just going around this dungeon, you are fighting monsters, collecting items, and trying to eventually get deeper and deeper into the tomb until you will eventually come to Vercilias. So kind of the twist on the game is the combat is based off of Blackjack. So when you go into combat, let's see if I can maybe move around a couple rooms. Of course not. We're just going to go straight into combat. So basically, so it's built off of Blackjack. And so, there we go. I'm nicely inverted. So it's based off of Blackjack. So so you play Blackjack against the monsters. If you're familiar with Blackjack, then you'll know how that goes. But if not, basically the general idea is you're drawing cards up to the value of 21 without going over 21. So you're trying to get as close as you can without going over. And you just play Blackjack against these monsters. If you tie, then you get to do a dice roll. That way, because like normal Blackjack, if you get a tie with the dealer, you just kind of get your money back, and it's just a tie.
Says App C D E F G H.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Cameron. But so if you tie, instead of it just being like, oh, well, like it's just a tie, you both lose, you get to roll a dice and you'll see who is going to actually win. So I'm going to guess evens. It's odd, so I lose and I get attacked. So anyway, good times. So that's kind of the general idea of the game. We're going for like a very retro vibe. So if this seems like something you'd be interested in, I would absolutely love a subscribe or a follow, whichever platform you are on. If not, totally understandable. And I just appreciate you being here. So yeah. Let's see here. Let us see here. I feel like I've missed a bit. Okay, so we got the raid. Hello, Raiders. Awesome, gotta run. Let's see. Hoppy Bond says, hello, just a fellow new bunny dev trying not to make an unbalanced mess, Pion. Was wondering if I can ask for a tip on something, Pion. Absolutely you can. Ask away. I would be very happy to answer any questions you have. I can't promise that I'll be able to have a good answer for you, but I'm happy to give you some kind of answer. You're a treasure, real soul. I hope you'll fulfill your duty on heart nicely. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, yes. I was like, wait, who are you responding to? Yes. Hello, Bunny Dev Pion. This always got to do curses and stuff. They always got to do curses and stuff. That's true. It's true. You got to do them. Make a 1% chance of the town be upside down because of the mage's curse. Just like the most random, rare occasion. It's just like, hold up. What is happening here? Let's see. Hoppy Bond says, hello, Pion. Cameron says, good night. Good night, Cameron. I appreciate you being here. I think you're saying good night, not good night to someone else. I think. God bless your soul. It's 9:30 or 8:30 time zone shift sucks. That is true. That does. And my phone is at 8%. That's fair. I'd say that's a good time to head off. And Eduardo says, womp womp. Fairly says, Moon, I may do Fairly Friday streams until the launch of Jellyfields. That would be amazing. You should definitely do that. Sucks. Stream with Fair. Yippee. oh yes, stream with Fair. Yes. I'd be down. Fairly. That would be awesome. Except for the fact that I think Fairly mostly streams during the day when I'm at work, and I don't think I'd be able to make that work. So we can maybe make something work. That could be kind of fun. I think that'd be a good time. I would have a blast with it. So yeah, Draco says, music I feel like is an under-discussed part of what makes games memorable. True. Yeah, that is very true. That is very true. Tell your boss I'm saying I can do that. I can do that. All right, everybody, let's get back in here and let us do some stuff. Let us do some stuff and see what we can get working, shall we? I say so. I say so. A duo stream would be really fun. We could do a stream battle. Oh, that'd be a good time. I'd be down. I would be down. All right, so yes, so here's what we got. Here's what we got. We got the rotating dials. So much fun. Now we just got to figure out how we're going to actually make this thing work. So let's do that. Hoppy Bond says, so I'm trying to make the main character gain experience via the party character story. What would be a good way to implement that without making the early characters or main character too busted or weak? Okay, so you're trying to make the main character gain experience via the party's character story. So it kind of almost sounds like the way that you could look at this is... So you know how like with some RPGs, like say for example, like with like Oblivion, they have like a learn by doing system where it's like, you know, the more you do this thing, the more experience you get in that thing. I feel like something that would be very important is in the beginning, make sure to overpower with the experience. Because here's the thing, if you are new to a game and you're first starting out, you don't want to struggle for too long, right? Like it's just not something that, I mean, some people want to struggle. Some people do like to struggle, but I feel like more often than not, what you're going to want to do, especially with RPGs, is in the beginning, try and make your main character just a little bit too OP, just a little bit. Like don't make it crazy. Don't make it so that, you know, your main character is the most powerful they will ever be. And then all of a sudden, like take it away. Like don't do that. Put it in such a way that like they have a little bit of power to start off with, and they've like progressed just a little bit more. And then as the game progresses, like make it slightly slower in that progress, in that leveling up, in that experience gain, to kind of like drive people to then play a little bit more, to try a little bit harder, to hopefully get themselves back up to where they used to be in the beginning. So that's kind of how I would almost say you should maybe look at it, is almost kind of like, you know, if you're leveling up with the party's character's story, almost treat it as like a learn by doing. So it's like for every single, maybe it's every quest that you complete, or maybe it's every NPC in that character's story that they talk to, or something to that extent, they're getting some microdose of experience. And then maybe on like the larger things, like if you're completing a quest for the party's characters stories, you know, the quests in that line, then give like a larger boost of experience, like kind of like reward the follow through. So it's not just like the starting and then the going, but then like the actual follow through. So, and the party characters can level normally. Yeah, I would say something like that would be fantastic. 100 gamers passed the stream challenge. 500,000 million viewers. That would be absolutely fantastic. 100 gamers passed the stream. Yeah, I would say that would get it. That would get it to 500,000. Wait, 500,000 million views. That's a lot of views. That's a lot of views. If you allow me to give my input, it really depends on its scaling and multiplier. True. Yeah, Eduardo, yeah, 100% chime in. Depends if you can play solo or if you will be party dependent. The party characters can level normally. Are they necessary enough to be able to be discarded to play solo to farm aura? It's a good question. That is a fantastic question. Okay. So yeah, let's jump in here really quick. So if you come over here to the ending, so this is actually where everything, so this is going to snap the dial 1, this snaps dial 2, this snaps dial 3, and then here we can actually start checking the connections. So as you can see, I kind of got it started, but I didn't really get past this. So as of right now, we're saying if 814 is equal to 1. So 1 again, so 814, the variable 814 is the length of this this pipe, whatever you want to call this thing, this pipe here in the stone. That is what this variable is. So 1 is equal to a 90-degree pipe, 2 is equal to a 180-degree pipe, and then 3 is equal to a 270-degree pipe. So you got the just the 90-degree turn, the 180-degree, and then the 270. So explain me what this stone chart is. Oh, yes, Eduardo, I guess it has been a few weeks since you were here last. So basically, if you remember, I'm pretty sure I had it implemented. So basically, if you remember the exit for the floors, where originally it was I think we had like the pool of blood that you would like, do the blood sacrifice and then would activate, and then you would be able to teleport off the floor. And then we switched it to like that obelisk thing where it had like the purple fire, and then you could either do the blood sacrifice, or if you killed the mini boss, then it would activate and you would be able to then activate the portal. But I was like, you know what? We actually need to get it to the point where you are able to actually like activate this yourself by playing some kind of a game. So basically what we had done is, if I come over here and I actually want to turn off the monster spawns, because I would rather not have to deal with the monsters right now, because that system is still not 100% done. So basically what we have right now is, if we go to room 17, crap. Gotta turn that off too. Okay. If we head to room 53, let's go to room 53. Let's keep heading up, up, and over. Okay, so basically, this is the new level exit room. So you will find this. There will always be one of these on each of the floors that you are exploring. And basically, the way that it works is there is a portal right here. I may actually get rid of these traps, because I don't know if we're necessarily going to make it so you can lose this puzzle. It's just a matter of you just have to do the puzzle. So if you interact with the glyphs, it will open up, it will show the portal. And then as of right now, we have a couple other just like smaller puzzles that are currently the way to activate it. We're actually replacing, so this puzzle right here, this little spinning thing right here. So basically the way that it works is like you click it when it's over the glyphs, and then as you go, it starts spinning faster and faster. And then once you get all of them, then it will activate the portal. There we go. It'll do its thing. And then you're able to then leave the floor if you wanted to. You could keep exploring if you wanted, and you can come back and be like, okay, there we go. Let's go through the portal, and then let's leave the floor. And then you'd go on to level 2 or 3 or 4, and you'd progress that way. So essentially, the thing that this thing is here for is this is going to, this is setting it up so you can activate the portal. So basically the way that is going to work is, as you're going throughout, you will eventually find an item somewhere in the tomb, and it will be this little purple ball thing. You'll be able to put it in your inventory, and then when you come back and you find the exit, then you'll be able to take the little purple ball and put it here in the center, which will activate it. And then at that point, you will then have to align these to be able to get it so that the energy is flowing from the center here up to the top right here. So basically, you would have to line up the things like this, and then that would eventually get it, so it would eventually line up, and you'd be good to go. Yeah. So that's what all this is just getting it so that there is a puzzle that will be able to eventually activate the portal, and you'll be good to go. Let's see, Hoppy Bond says, like, I'm trying to have the player be involved with all the character stories, while the early characters can reach level 99, but is equivalent to the main character levels 15 to 20 or so in stats. Okay. Yeah, it's, I would say, fairly spot on. Balance is very hard, and it does take a lot of time. And yeah, so it's definitely not something that like someone could just like answer. But I would say probably one of the most important things is like obviously like getting the balance done and going. But if I think the question that you're asking is basically like, how would you approach adding the experience? I would say doing like microdoses of experience adding as you're going through the characters of the other character stories with the main character. I feel like that would probably be the most enjoyable. And then with like the occasional larger input of the XP. So that's what I would say. And then of course, all sorts of balancing. Haven't been here for a while, Pookie. Got busy with work. That's fair. That is fair, Eduardo. Spinning goes pretty colors. Exactly. Good old spinning. Kind of the player can try to play through without much interactions, but will be severely underpowered. Fair. So no solo leveling. Do you have any gameplay clip or such? It's better to have something solid to work and give some opinions about it. True. Yep. You pretty much hit the nail on the head. Yeah. Fair. All right, everybody. Let's see. Oh, I got to adjust myself. Whew. Okay. So, yes. What do we got to do? So we got to take into account so many things. Okay. So basically, check the connections. So if 814 is equal to 1. So that means that the inner dial is set to a 90-degree rotation, basically. It's the 90-degree angle. So at that point, we then need to say, let's do a conditional branch. So if game screen dot picture, I can't remember exactly which picture this one is. So this picture would be, it's outer ring, middle ring, and inner ring. So the inner ring, so we've got 31. So we got 31 and 34. We just go off of 31 though. So if image layer 31's dot underscore angle, if it is equal to, okay, so then we need to check the middle ring. So that'd be 30. Oh, well, that's easy enough. So if you're equal to 31's angle, let's see. Well, no, because here's the potential problem is, as you can see, so basically if it is the 90-degree angles, everything just goes up by the increment of 90. So you got the 90-degree here, the 180, and the 270. But the problem is that, like, if I switch this to 270, then this would be at 90, or this would be at 0. So you got 0, 90, 180, 270. So I can't just say if any of them are equal to the rotation angle plus 90. So if I say plus 90, if it's a 270 and then plus 90, that'd be 360. For example, I worked with many devs, so I have an double daggers, and his lore Moonwood. No. Playing games for my whole life has led me down to the creative path in life. In my case, how much I can gamify my classes. Fair. Can you do X as the original angle minus rotation? So the only problem with that, which I guess I was kind of mentioning, is basically, yeah, so I'm hoping to do that. But the problem is that as soon as this hits the 270, if this is then at 0, I can't then just say plus, right? Because if you say 270 plus, then there would be 360, but then 360 would then, yeah. X minus angle. Maybe? So we'd say take the X and then the X minus angle. That's maybe. So yeah, how would I go about this? So let's just say, for example, so if you are at 0 and you're at 90, so that'd be, well, that would either be 90 or 0. So then if you are at 90, so we'd say 180 minus 90, so that'd be 90. And then 270 minus 180 would be 90. And then 0. Because then it'd be 270 minus 0, which is just 270. Make it itself minus rotation as a formula. Does it work? Well, or X minus max angle. So yeah, because the max angle is technically 270. So if we were to say, because as soon as it hits here, because you got 270, and then it goes up to technically 360 is like the technically max. Then as soon as I let go, then it zeroes out. Yeah, then so make it itself minus rotation as a formula. Yeah, so I'm lost. Yeah, and this is where I'm sure there's probably a good way to do this. Yeah, so basically it can rotate, 360 degrees. But then as soon as I let go and it snaps, it then zeroes out. It zeroes out basically. So this is technically like the top of the image. So this is 0. This is 90, this is 180, this is 270, and then this is 0. So yeah, so we got 0, 90, 180, 270. But then the problem is like, because I can't just come in here and say like, okay, it's like if this is equal to that, and this is equal to that, and that's equal to that, then say this wins, because technically this would win. What if... Never mind. I'm going to make this a bit easier on myself. Have you ever jailbroken anything before? I have. I used to jailbreak my phones like all the time. I jailbroke a couple iPods. I jailbroke my PS3. That's about it. I do know other people that have jailbroken way more things, and they've gotten crazy into it. Yeah, so I've done a little bit. And we thought we would never need math like this. I know, and so much of it, because I am not a math person at all. I am terrible at math. I hate math. I barely passed math in high school, and I barely got through the bare minimum in college of math that I needed. So that is not my strong suit at all. Me and numbers, we do not work well together at all. Let's see, Fairly says, someone commented on my video that their sibling tried at Jelly Fields and skipped all the tutorial, and now they don't know how to play. Is this my fault? I wouldn't say so. I would not say that it's your fault at all. If someone skipped the tutorial and now they don't know how to play, I don't think it's your fault at all. Not at all. Dazu says, what up, Moon Man? What up, Dazu? Just living life, trying to build things, Jelly Fields, you're gay, Fairly. Yes, good old Jellyfields. Understandable. Is it already available to play? I don't understand the problem nor how to fix it. Explain again. Yeah, so it's just a weird, because here's the thing. Like, technically this would be a winning combination. So maybe what I need to do is basically just map out any of the winning combinations. I think that's what I need to do, actually. And just increment it and just basically just be like, yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Is it going to kind of suck? A little bit. But I think it's going to be better than what I was... Because initially what I was planning on doing was anytime you got a connection... So like basically, if this was rotated like this, but if you got this connection, it would then flow through here. And then it would sit and wait. And that's kind of where I was like, okay, now I need to calculate every single potential rotation where it's like, if this is rotated like this and this is rotated like this, technically this would not be winnable. Because then if you rotate it like this, it would then go off to the left. And off to the left does not actually activate the portal, and so 0, 90, 180 would not be a winning thing, but I would still have it, fill up with this stuff. But I think what we're gonna do is almost have this work almost like a battery would with a current, where it's like you could not go... You couldn't have like the beginning part, which like this spinning part right here in the center is kind of the beginning part of the flow of energy. I'm going to try and explain energy like I somehow understand it. I don't, but the way that in my mind I understand it is basically you have to have the positive and the negative points. You have to have some place for the energy to start, and you have to have a place for it, some place for the energy to flow to, the positive and negative, like say for example with a battery. And so if I were to be like this, the negative has a place to start, but the positive has nowhere for it to go, and so like it doesn't really have a place to flow, so it just kind of sits there. But the correct rotations would be 270, 180, and 90, and at that point we would then animate it filling up and then calling it good. So that is what we're gonna do. Actually, instead we're gonna do that. So let's do that really quickly. Let's come in here. So we've got the showing the dials, we've got the show the progress bars, make the progress bars, reveal the center progress bar. We do not want this right now yet, so we can get rid of this, grab that, and then put this down here. That's what we want right there. Okay, there we go. So the sum of numbers should be equal to 360 or 0. Yes, but no, because here's the other potential. Here's the other thing as well. If I come in here and I change this to be from 1 and 1, we're going to say 1 through 3, because I decided to shoot myself in the foot kind of to make it a little bit more exciting and engaging. I made it so that these ducts, these whatever you'd call them, these flow cut-ins, whatever you'd call them, can be different lengths. So this length is that 90-degree length that we were just looking at, but then this one is now a 180-degree length. So it comes out in this section, and then it goes around 270 degrees, actually 270 degrees around, and then comes out this way. And this one is a 180-degree length, which it comes down out here in the bottom, and then it rotates 180 degrees around, and then it comes out the top. So not only am I having to take into consideration the position of each of these dials, but then I also need to take into consideration what the length is as well. So it's never going to be the exact same. If I wanted to make it super simple on myself, but then also kind of make it boring, I would just make it so that each one of the lengths is 90 degrees or 180 degrees, and then you just rotate at that point, and then you call it good. But I didn't want to do that because I still wanted it to be somewhat of a puzzle. So now, to actually win this puzzle, this would have to be 180 degrees, that would have to be 0 degrees, and that would have to be 270 degrees. So I think what we're going to do is I'm going to take into consideration every combination, but it shouldn't be too many, because you just need to take into consideration actual winning combinations. So this would be a winning combination. So I would basically just say, hey, if this variable is equal to 1, this variable is equal to 3, and this variable is equal to 2, and then the rotation of these images are 270, 0, and 180, this is a winning one. And then it would activate, it would do the whole animation and call it good. So I think that's what we're going to go do. I think we're going to go with that. That'll make it easier on me. It may not be as satisfying with it to actually like filling up as it's going along, but it's going to do it at the end, which I think should be just as fun and just as exciting. Footlong Icicle says, sup Footlong Icicle, how you doing? Hopefully your week is going absolutely fantastic. Any fun or exciting things that you've been up to this week, or any big fun plans for the weekend? It's coming up, just one more day and we're at the weekend. What about just a random number generator that you just need to connect the energy maze? Yeah, kind of, but here's the thing. We have done so much with this puzzle. This is the final iteration, the final form, and this is what I'm leaving it as. So I'm going to make this thing work, and we're never touching this puzzle again. I've literally been working on this puzzle for about 3 weeks now, and I have just about had it. I've had my wits end at the end for it. So anyway, so we're going to do this, and then it should be a good time. I hope. And what about rotating the energy flow? So yes, the energy flow. And that was the thing, as I was going to make it so you could actually rotate the images with the flow. Well, like you technically can, but instead of doing that, I'm just going to make it so you have to make the actual full connection, and then it will fill, and then you'll be good to go. So I think we're going to go with that. Hoppy Bond says it's been hard to really kick into gear my project. So many YouTube tutorials where it requires a plugin that is behind a paywall. Oof. Yeah. So wait. So you are actually also using RPG Maker, or are you using a different engine? Because yeah, there's a lot of plugins for RPG Maker that are behind a paywall, which does suck. Because I feel like some of the best ones are behind a paywall. But I guess if you want the best ones, you gotta pay for it. Unfortunately. Restrictions creates creativity. You don't need a $500 pen to start drawing. That is a fair point, Eduardo. That is a really good point. Let's see. Fairly says the project will take a long time. It will only feel like you've kicked it into gear when it's done. From my experience, try not to let yourself feel you're behind. You're doing great. Fairly beautifully said. I could not have said that better myself. Yeah, 100% what Fairly said. I mean, honestly, what Eduardo and what Fairly said, if you are creating something, you are 100 steps ahead of everybody who is not creating something already. So even if you have only started and you are spinning your wheels and you're just not quite sure how to actually get this thing working, you're like, am I ever going to be able to get to the end? The fact that you are actually trying, and the fact that you are putting in the effort to actually create something, it doesn't matter if it's going to take another 10 years, 20 years, 2 months, 2 weeks, however much amount of time it is the amount of time that it should take. Like, there's no right or wrong amount of time that it should take to create something, but as long as you are creating something, and so long as you do not give up, even if you scrap the project and you start on a new project, as long as you don't stop creating, then you've technically already won. So yeah, don't give up, do not stop, keep going no matter what it is. And if you ever have to like start from scratch or just remove a couple things from your game and then go a different direction, that is way better than just giving up and not creating. So yeah, always be creating. ABC, always be creating. There we go. Those are Moonwood's ABCs. Always be creating. I don't know if someone has ever said that before. Oh, no. I don't know if someone has said that on the stream before. I don't know if that was an original thought of my own or if someone has said that and now I'm accidentally stealing that. So if you have said that on the stream, I apologize. I promise I am not trying to steal it. But if you have not, then I'm gonna coin that term as Moonwood's ABCs. Always be creating. There we go. We'll call it the Maybcs. The Moonwood always be creating rules. Then that's completely something. Anyway. Okay, what about numbering each angle as a number? As you rotate it internally, it changes numbers so the maze finishes when you have the right combination, aka path. True, and that's kind of what we're going with the rotational angles with as well. And like the thing is, like, those numbers would really only change based on the actual rotations. Like, we could technically do that. We could have it stored in variables where it's like as it's rotating, so like once it hits this, 0 degree mark, it is then equal to 1. And then, once it hits this mark, then it's 2, 3, 4. And we could do that. And then basically we would just run combinations of like, okay, this is equal to, 3, 1, 2, then it's the correct. But then we also have to take into consideration, again, the length of the pipes as well. So I think it's probably just going to work best. So like it doesn't actually fill up until you have the actual correct pipe configuration. So even if all of this is connected, it doesn't have anywhere to go. And so it's not actually going to start filling. So until you had it like this, then there we go. I think that'd be good. But I do appreciate your enthusiasm, Eduardo. I do appreciate it. Fairly Pookie, where can I get your demo? Oh, that's true. That's true. You got to share that fairly. Fulling Axel says, of course. What about you? Yeah. We were, we're a little bit on the fence right now, but we may be going to the aquarium this weekend. I know, super exciting. But yeah, so my daughter, she's almost 4 and she absolutely loves animals, loves anything living, really. So yeah, so we're probably gonna go to the aquarium. I have actually been a part of a developer collab with a couple really great developers, some good RPG developers, YouTubers as well. And so I need to actually get a devlog for the stuff that I did on the collaboration done. So I'm probably gonna be doing that as well. And yeah, it's gonna be all sorts of fun stuff. Should be a good time, I hope. But yeah, so that's probably what it's going to be, is creating videos and going to the aquarium with my wife and daughter. And yeah, should be a good time. Do you think this mechanic is an overscope? It 100% is, Eduardo. The problem with me, though, is like when I get an idea in my head, I have the hardest time getting rid of it. And that's kind of why it's been an issue and taken so long, is because I've been spinning my wheels for so long on like trying to get this thing freaking working. But we finally have everything technically in place. It's like this is technically like the last bit of it, just right here, because we have the graphics, we have the idea, we have the whole, like I've even got like all the animation of it, like showing this thing and like fills up with the energy, and then if you were to like have failed it, to like empty the energy, and like it's like there's just so much that I'm like that I put into it. I'm like I want this to actually work and function and be fun. So yeah. So we do have a Discord by any chance. I'm using RPG Maker MV. That's a good one. That is a good one. I love MV. As you can see, I am making this game in MV, so obviously I like MV. But yeah, fantastic choice. Yes, there are definitely a lot of really good plugins out there, but there are a lot of good paid plugins as well. So some of them I would say are worth it. Others, not so much. I've seen some that are behind like $20 paywalls, and I'm like, this is not worth $20. I'm sorry. I know it took you a long time, but this is not worth $20. Little progress is 999% better than zero progress. True. Morningwood, Gnome, Doobie Wise. ABC, always boring coding. That's fair. ABC, always buy crypto. like I said, a random number from X to Y where value equals 0, then go to the next level. Yeah, something like that. You're a father? I am a father. Yeah, she's an adorable little child. A little crazy sometimes, but adorable. Hoppy Bond says, also, if I made a class like Idol for 2 twins, but one has different parameters leveling up, must I create different classes? Without a plugin, yes. Yeah, you would basically just need to create 2 different classes called Idol, and then you would just change the parameters according to... So, but the great thing is, especially with RPG Maker, I mean, I'm sure it's this way with other things too, but the great thing is that, like, you can come in here, you can create the classes, you can create one called Idol, There we go. And you can, adjust the things as you need, generate your curves and all that fun stuff and all, all the goodness. Why is that not? Oh, you can't do that anymore. I forgot that they changed that in RPG Maker MV. I was still thinking in terms of RPG Maker like 2000, where you could like drag and drop here. This just shows what the value is at the level. I hate that. Anyway, you can, you can adjust everything in here, get it all set to how you want it to be and make it all absolutely fantastic. And then when you just copy and paste it, and then you can like make these slight adjustments here and there and then call it good. The only problem there is that as soon as you change anything in this class, you then have to like copy it over to the new class. So, yes, that kind of sucks. But the database is a lot of good. I do like the database. Let's see, Eduardo says, anyways, I am going to bed soon. I have a slight crippling tinnitus, and I do not want to risk not using my hands for X days. That is fair. That is fair. Well, Eduardo, I hope you have an absolutely fantastic evening. Go get some sleep, and hopefully I'll see you on the next one. If not, then I hope to see you in the very near future. And Footlong Icicle says, I'm just a daddy, reportedly. There you go. Daddy Footlong Icicle. I love it. Do you call your child Small Iron Eater Wild Goblin? That's a lovely pet name. Not quite. Not quite. No. But close, but not quite. How does that fill thing work? It like this. It's yeah, a lot of JavaScript. It's an image mask essentially that is very weird. So, yeah. Half of it I do not understand at all.
For the follow, Salvo.
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that, for Salvo. Thank you. Yeah, it's just an image mask essentially, but a lot of different weird parameters that I had to work through and get working.
For the follow, Hoppy Bones.
Hoppy Bonds, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, so basically it's three different images. So there's this image right here. I didn't realize there's so it's an image here. So this center one, and then the next image starts here, and the next image starts here. And then basically what it is it shows the image and then applies a mask to it. And then basically as it's going along, so it basically starts the mask right here at like a minus 110 degree angle, and then it rotates all the way to about here. And then it'll then start on the next one and the next one. And yeah, so it's weird stuff, but it gets the job done. It technically kind of looks like it's filling up. So yeah, all sorts of good times. Eduardo says, I'll be thinking about you all as I fall asleep into a cozy slumber. Sounds good. Hoppy Bond says, welp, seems like I have my work cut out for me. So if I'm balancing each class for different points in the game, yeah, that's going to be a lot. Savile says, hey, brother, what's your Twitter, brother? Oh, yes. Absolutely. What is my Twitter? Where is it? There it is. I will just throw that in there if you'd like to give it a follow. Yeah, so I don't post a whole lot. I try and post every now and then, but it's definitely one of the lesser. Here's the thing. I spread myself way too thin, way too early on in my streaming career. So it's like I made an Instagram, I made a Twitter, I made a TikTok. I think I've posted 3 times a TikTok in a full year. I've maybe made like, how many posts have I made on Twitter? 100 posts. I've made 100 posts in over a year. So, and that's including like retweets and things like that. So yeah, I don't post very much there. Yeah, basically, if it's not on Twitch or YouTube, I just don't do a whole lot of things, but oh well, I try anyway. Can you make an enemy called Iron Eater Goblin so you can put in the description that it actually eats steel? You know what? Just because you ask nicely, make an enemy called Iron Eater Goblin so you can put in the description that it actually eats steel. 100%. I'm going to throw that in there. I'm down for it. Yeah, I should probably make it so you can actually do the exclamation mark Twitter. I think that would probably be a good idea. Throw the stats into the air. See, Ferry says, so it's like a radial fill mask. Exactly, yes. yeah, and it was a lot of stuff that I had no idea. It just kind of whoosh, right over my head. So it took a lot of researching and looking into it, and finally got it figured out. So yeah, a lot of work, but I feel like the result eventually paid off with a lot of trial and error. Analysis paralysis won't help much. But he got overwhelmed with consistency. It's true. It's true. Do you have a dono goal? Yes. Yes and no. So, I mean, yeah, it's so here's the thing. I'm not exactly doing this for the money. So like, I haven't put a whole lot of like time and attention or effort into it. Like, obviously, like people subscribe. So it's like, I throw in a subscribers goal and like, you know, followers goal and all that fun stuff. But, yeah, as far as like donations and things like that, like, dono goal is however deep your pockets are. I mean, kind of. So like, here's the thing. Like, I don't want anyone to feel like they ever have to like, yeah, I don't want anyone to feel like they have to give money at all. But I will say any amount of money is, it goes straight to the stream. It helps me continuing progress and all that fun stuff. So, oh, what the? Like this guy. Like this guy.
10 subscriptions to the Moonwood Alliance.
Thank you so much, Footlong Icicle. You are freaking amazing. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Holy smokes.
We reached our new subs goal of 10. Thank you, everyone.
Because I'm seeing 49. I know that I'm getting old and I may be slightly blind, but I'm pretty sure I see 49 out of 10 there. But well, Footlong Icicle, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. You did not have to do that. But again, like I'm saying, yeah, every penny goes into a savings account that I then use to, you know, help the stream, help the game in whatever capacity it possibly could be used to help. So, so yeah, but yeah, so Selvo, yeah, so I don't really have a particular goal or anything like that, but yeah, so I mean, if anything at all, you know, whether it's I mean, I've got some people that donate a handful of bits here and there. Obviously we got fantastic people like Footlong Icicle who donate crazy amounts of gifted subs, which again, thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. But yeah, I don't want anyone to feel like they ever have to donate in any way, shape, or form. So just being here, just watching is absolutely fantastic. But yeah, so I mean, I do have a coffee set up. So like if you wanted to donate to my coffee, I would be super appreciative. Again, do not have to. But yeah, so if you would like to support the project, though, if you'd like to support the stream, I 100%, like, I'm not going to say no, but I'm going to say do not ever feel like you ever have to donate in any way, shape, or form. So I am very appreciative to anyone who does. But yeah, don't feel like you have to. So, but I do appreciate the question, though. Thank you dearly. Your kindness will never be forgotten. It was also below. I just didn't get initially. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Fair. Yeah, the goal, I don't know why it's currently sitting at 49 out of 10. I don't know. I think it's just Stream Elements doing weird things. Is there a non-plugin way to add damage to a player that uses a physical attack on an enemy, like a porcupine effect? Oh, so like if an enemy attacks, it will then do damage to the player. Yes? Maybe.
Teacher _Regular says,
oh my goodness.
Daddy long legs, daddy long legs, daddy
What have we
long
got
legs,
here?
daddy long legs, daddy long legs, daddy long legs, daddy long legs, daddy.
I don't think I like this. I don't like this one, Ricardo.
Long legs, daddy
Oh my
long
gosh.
legs, daddy long legs.
This is gonna be going for a while.
daddy
Holy
long
smokes.
legs, Daddy long 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 legs, daddy
Oh,
long
Eduardo.
legs, daddy
Eduardo,
long
you
legs,
are
daddy long legs, daddy
absolutely
long legs,
fantastic.
daddy long legs, 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 daddy long legs,
The fact that it's still
daddy
going.
long legs.
Oh my gosh, we actually made it all the way through. Thank you, Eduardo. I appreciate that. Let's see. You can just call me Daddy, by the way. Oh, that's why you said Daddy Longlegs. Fair. Well then. I was going to say Daddy Footlong, and I realized that was going to come across very weird sounding. So, we'll just, thank you, Daddy. I appreciate that. I'll get you right. Daddy Longlegs, like a spider. You have a phantom wallet. I genuinely enjoy devs. Well, thank you, Salva. I appreciate that. Genuinely, I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's it is a good time. I enjoy doing it. So honestly, yeah, just you being here, watching, participating in the chat is yeah, more than enough, and I do appreciate it. But yeah, again, any bit of it, I do throw it into a savings account, and then when I need, whatever it is for the stream, for the game itself, whatever it may be, that's when I dip into it and trying to upgrade it. Like I just upgraded the green screen with some of the donations, so I do appreciate that as well. So yeah, so thank you everybody. Jellyfields.com/give me money. You should actually make that an actual page on your site, Fairly. I think that'd be hilarious. Bunny, you can do damage equals X and then return X damage back to the player. Yeah, so to answer your question though, I believe in here you've probably got a way. So I think it would be in the troops. You would then set your conditions. So turn, enemy HP, actor's HP. I didn't realize that you can't do turn end. Huh. Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I will have to consider that and see what maybe is going on. Yeah, let me know if you find anything, but you're probably gonna have to plug in, oh my gosh, you're probably gonna have to have a plugin to do something like that. So yeah, I apologize. Oh, let's see. Footlong, I mean, sorry. Daddy says, just one long leg. The third. Nice. I like that. Fairly says, I genuinely consider adding a $10,000 tier to the Jellyfields Kickstarter, but never did. And then someone donated $600 anyway. Hey, that is absolutely fantastic. I like that. Salvo says, getting you some fees through the bags app. I don't know. Maybe. Salvo, is Salvo a bot? Do you have a bot in our midst? Oh, maybe. Salvo, I would like you to say Purple Rain if you're not a bot. If you're not a bot, say Purple Rain, Salvo. Let's see. The Cap 1512 says, brother, this is sick. Thank you. I appreciate that, The Cap. Thank you. Tagleg says, hi, do you know Bags? I don't, but I know his cousin who, so why do people anything crypto related is automatically a bot? Maybe. The Cap says, a Bags app was made to support your project, brother. Oh, well, this seems like we've got some good times going on here. Oh no, I think a crypto app is doing some bot scam thing. No. Does game make? Oh my gosh! Does game make have a damage effect list on Q? So in just one hit, you can apply many effects like paralysis, poison, slow, etc. in a single batch. I don't know. I'm not. Yeah, in terms of the triggers in the RPG Maker battle systems. Obviously, you can see, here's the conditions. There's not many. So you can either have something happen on turn end, but there's not really a way to check. Yeah, there's not really a way to check, unfortunately. Anyway, so then you've got turns. If the enemy's HP is 50% or below, if the actor's HP is at or below, and then the switch. Yeah, I don't know. I think you're probably going to need some kind of plugin for something like that, unfortunately. See, Unprofitable says, hey, brother, there's something called Bags app. Salvo says, not a bot, Purple Rain. Oh, hey, look at that. We got Purple Rain. That people used to do generate fees for people. Yeah. Got you, brother. Saw it too. Let's see. Well, it happened to use 10 seconds of your time. You would find out it's just legit people trying to donate him fees in soul. That's what a bot would say. Imagine a bot with Prime. Oh, I mean, maybe. Do you have a Twitter? You can claim the fees. I do have a Twitter. It is linked in my profile. If you would like to see. Generated, you can claim the fees. Deadass. Well then, 5 and 4, and well, it's not a scam. You get royalty of the trading fees. Trying to not sound like a bot. Why are all these people here forcing you to take money? This is a sketch. Don't do anything they say. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I would say as for anyone, if you're here and you're not a bot, I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. But yeah, I would say probably like the best way would be, you know, either the subscribers would be a great way to go about it. I also do have a coffee as well that is linked. So I'd probably say those are like probably the best 2 ways that I would go about it. So, but yeah, so I do appreciate it. So thank you. Thank you. I'm not a bot, beep beep. All right, basically people,
says, hope you don't mind me developing my project alongside yours for BG Noise.
No, you are totally fine. Totally fine. No worries at all. I do appreciate you being here and doing your dev work while you listen to me do mine as well. Eduardo says, oh wait, Unprofitable says, all right, basically people deploy fundraisers for people and the person can claim the fees raised at any time. Sounds interesting. Eduardo says, all right, have a great one, everyone. I love you all dearly. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Soul is Solana. Oh, okay. I'll follow you right now. No one is forcing. I mean, that's fair. You can see I'm legit. Maybe. Oh yeah, good old Solana. No one's forcing. You can see I'm legit. Since someone was asking, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but there's a huge list of alternatives to paid plugins for MV/MZ. Paying for plugins only makes sense if you have a job or don't have enough time for your project. True. Yeah, there are a lot of really good free ones out there. I would say probably some of the best that I've seen that are like the most engine changing is probably, you know, they're, you know, behind a paywall, unfortunately. But anyway. We're here because of that token. Look at your ex. I just followed you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I love piracy. Let's see. Pirates are nice. 2-way, you say? 2-way. Good old 2-way. There's actually a major scam/crypto thing going on with the game dev community. So yeah, only take tips through a third party you trust, like coffee. True. Yeah. And so again, like for anyone that is jumping in here, if you're not a bot, I appreciate you being here and for chatting, for hanging out. But yeah, if you would like to support the stream, which I would, you know, I appreciate it. Don't feel like you have to. It's basically just the subscribers and the coffee. So, but I appreciate it. So thank you. When he looks at it and realizes the monetary support directly to him, the eyebrows will lift. Simple as that. Dude, if you literally just interact and claim the fees, like it sounds like a blatant scam. I know it sounds too good to be true, but it's genuinely free money. Well, I do appreciate it, but I will pass. Hey, stranger, download my crypto app and accept my money. I like how that one got held by the auto mod and not anybody else. That is hilarious. I love that fairly. All right, we're gonna get back to work. But yeah, Full Long Icicle, aka Daddy. I appreciate the 10 gifted subs. So thank you for that. All right, so let's come in here. Let us do this really quickly. The mod stole my message, but I'm real. I don't know, Fairly. Can you prove it? Fairly? I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can. All right, everybody. So let's come in here. So this is going to be where we actually check the connections, which I think is probably going to be the best way to go about it. So, like I said, we're basically just going to take... Yeah, it's basically going to be any of the potential angles that we'll be able to have it work. So let's do this. So basically what we're going to say is we're going to have a conditional branch, which is basically just an if statement. So conditional branch, let's just say if... Should we just use one of these let's just use one of these variables. So around 1000, so there's going to be these variables, so these puzzle pieces variables. We're going to use number 990, which is puzzle piece 10. We're going to use 990 if you are equal to 1. So basically this is meaning you have won it. Let me prove it. All right, Fairly, I'm waiting. So if this is equal to 1, then you'll win, and it'll do the whole animation thing. So the whole animation thing is going to be this guy technically right here. Yeah. So I think we should be able to take from you.
Eli says, I love Moonwood's games. I know all his games, like his hit one Tomb of John RPG and his other game Lemon on Melon Road.
That's pretty close. You know what? I think you got it. Thank you, Fairly. I appreciate that. Man, that was a fun flood of bots. I feel bad for the next person they're moving on and targeting, because that was, it was a good time. It's good times. Okay, so if you're equal to 1, then in here we're going to put that, and then we're going to say check connections, and then you are going to be fill the bars. There we go. So that is actually filling of the bars if you are equal to 1. So at this point, we can now go in and we're basically just going to see, basically just everything that it could potentially be. So, yeah, it's free money, as if that exists. Yeah, if anyone says that it's free, don't believe them. Whoops, got to turn that off. Yeah, don't believe them. If anyone says, hey, free money, it's not. It's not. Especially if someone comes in here and they're like, it's free real estate. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. It's never free real estate. They just want you to think it's free real estate. Okay, I feel like I have accidentally missed some YouTube chat. Let's see. Draco says, it's funny to see videos on jailbreaking is dead on YouTube, but the videos like piracy is back and is being revived is funny to see. Yeah, there's definitely, it is kind of weird and like funny how that happens, where like goes back and forth for like what is actually on here versus what's not. So yeah, good times. Good times. Okay, so we're basically just gonna have to go through this one at a time. Yeah, that should still be fine. Should still be fine. Okay, common events. Let's go to the RTG spawn, and we're gonna go to this guy. So you're all just equal to 1. So this is checking the connections. So if 814 is equal to we're gonna have to do it like this. So if you're equal to 1, and then if 815 is equal to 1. Oh, this is bringing me back to the whole the spell book thing. The spell book was very close to this. So if we are 1, 1, 1, then we need to check image layer. So if 31's, don't tell anyone, but I know a secret way to get millions. You just need to like give me all your everything. I believe you, Fairly. I believe it. You have proven yourself to be a person, and so I believe you. I believe you. Let's do it. Okay, so if 31 angle is equal to, okay, so this is where we're actually going to start putting in all of this stuff. Okay, let's come in here, and let's just see what we got. Yeah, so essentially it would need to be you there, you there, you there. Okay, so this is
As
if
who says, Vercilias is imprisoned in the tomb and needs your help. Quick, send your card number, expiration date and the 3 digits in the back to help him escape the dungeon.
Absolutely. I'll throw it in there. I'll throw it in. Hoppy Bond says, that moment when you got to fit your art style on a 26 by 26 block. That's rough. That's very rough. It happens, but it's rough. I made the crazy decision to make all items in my game 9 by 9, and that's including the outline. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I thought that I was small with my icons, where those are, I think, 12 by 12? I think? Pretty sure. I think these icons are all 12 by 12, and I thought those were going to be too small. So the fact that yours are 9 by 9, that's crazy. That is so small. Jeez. I like it, though. I like it. Anyway, okay, that was, I probably shouldn't have done that. So let's come back over here and let's do, okay, so we've got you. So we got, okay, and then so long as 31's angle is equal to 90 and 30 is equal to 180 and 29 is equal to 270. So as long as all of that is true, then we will say control variables set 990 to be equal to 1. Okay. So that's the first one. That is the first one. And then at that point, if we save that and then refresh, basically what we should be able to do now, technically, I hope, is we should be able to do you to there, you to there, and you to there. What? Variable 990. Where are you? What are you? You should be equal to 1, correct? You're equal to 0. Okay, let's check 8. So the dial length is equal to 1, 1, 1. That's 812, 813, 814. $812, 813, 814. I'm glad that I checked this before I went crazy with it. Okay, now that should be the correct thing. So now if we select Fairly's Fantastic Scroll, then we come in here, we do a little bit of whoop, then it should be like, oh crap. Okay. Whew, okay, yeah, it's,
Fairly says, we must find Vercilias. Please provide your information to the government of 10 different countries for their assistance.
And they will be more than happy to help. More than happy. Because we show the picture at 640 by 548. 640, 548. Okay. $645.48. Okay, so that shows the progress bars. 32, 33, 34. And then mask the progress bars, so it masks them. We get down here, exit event processing, all that should be good to go. So this is image layers. Yeah, 32, 33, 34. So then in here, this should be rotating. Oh. Okay, well, that's a bit of a problem. Okay, so I need to copy you. Yeah. So you then be image layer 33. And then you would be image layer 32. So in here, this should be rotating these guys. Okay. Okay. This snaps the dial. Snaps the rotation. 32. So why would that all be in the center? Puzzle piece 20. Oh. Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. So we've got 32, 33, 34. So I need to make some adjustments. Yes, that's true. So we don't want to change the angles at all. So this would be, so this is the inner energy bar. So this would be 34. Pick ID is 34. And then you are 34. And then you are 33. 33. And 33. Then you are 32, because this was all just like the test code, and so I just need to replace the image layers that I had in here with the actual code. I think that was just a one sneeze thing. 32. 32, 32, 32. Okay. Now, that should actually work. Should. Okay, so if I put you there... Look at that! It actually worked! I was like concerned at first, and then it actually did its thing. Cool, cool. They will eat that info up. The Fairly scroll is always active when the game breaks. I think that speaks for itself. I think you got a point. I think you got a point. Dazu says, occasional sneezer. Occasionally, every now and then. Every now and then. And then it makes my nose itch afterwards, and that sucks. Yeah, it does. Yeah, super exciting. Okay. You know what? Just for your sake, Fairly. Just for your sake. There we go. Fairly's fantastic scroll. Let's see what happens. So, homie, if this thing breaks for some reason, I'm gonna be like, ah, crap. Okay, so if we put you there, and then you would be... So you'd be there, you'd be there. I just want to make sure that, like, no other angle is gonna make it work, right? Yeah, so it has to be there. And then, whoop. Yeah. Ah, it makes me so happy. Makes me so happy. So look at that. Look at that. It is there, and it didn't break it. So, happy day. Did we do it? We did. We did. Well, we did it. We did it here on this specific one. Yeah. Yeah. Because now we get the fun of doing something like this. Let's copy and paste that. So you're going to be 812. And this is where the tedious part comes in. So 812 is going to be 1. Crap. Yes. And then 813 is going to be 1. And then 814 is going to be 2. Because again, there's multiple lengths for these things, and so they can't all be the same. So we then come over here, and then we pull this up. And then if we do... So you're going to be... Oh, wait. Oh, that's the inner one. Crap. Oh, that's right. I did do it that way. Yeah, this doesn't help that I've been going in random orders for things on this thing. Yeah. Good enough. The most impressive part is how smooth it looks, even if it's in RPG Maker or Dog Maker, even though it's in Dog Maker. I appreciate this, Dazu. There will be a little bit of tune-ups that are going to be required, but for now, this will get the job done. And that's what I'm going for, is just getting the job done, and then we can figure it out at a later date to make it like a little bit more. The fine-tuning will come later. So, anyway, so like I was saying, all these pipes can be different lengths, so we have to take into consideration every single different length, because see, this one now is a full 180 degree, whereas these are just 90 degrees. So, with that, this will have to be here, and this one has to be here. So now, we gotta come in here. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun. This is gonna be an absolute blast. So now, oh my gosh, this is going to be, if it makes it work, and I will be happy about that. Okay, so now it is, if the angle is equal to 0, and this angle is equal to 90, and this angle is equal to 180. Then it's done, then we're good to go. And then last but not least on this one, if you are equal to 3, I should probably test these actually, just to make sure. I don't want to accidentally freaking do something wrong and then have everything cascadingly be wrong. Are you moving away from RPG Maker in the future? I have considered it, just because I know the things that I want to make are closer to things like this, and I know the RPG Maker struggles with them, so... Maybe. Maybe. Why are you not working this time? I might have done it just wrong the first time. So the length is, oh my gosh, that's why. Okay, so it's outer, middle, inner, outer, middle, inner, outer, middle, inner. But then over here, I'm checking outer, middle, inner, but I was treating outer as inner. This one middle, and okay, all right. Should we? What should we do here? Let's just do it in the way that it's that I have it built out. Might as well. Oh my gosh. I also just noticed this is also 813. This is supposed to be 814. So 812, 813, 814. Okay. Now we'll come over here and we're going to say, you're 1, you're 2. Okay. Is this going to be a problem still now? So if we set this all to 1, 1, 1. And then we go U to U, U to U, U to U. Okay, so that's working. Good. Now we should be good to go. Holy smokes, that was, woof. So if 814 is equal to 2, and then so long as it is 0, so, okay, all right. So now that should work technically. I hope. Okay, so then we do U to U, U to U, and then U to U. Why? All right, let's go to 8, 12. So we've got 1, 1, 2, 8, 12, 8, 13, 8, 14. So then in here, we're saying if 8, 12 is 1, and 8, 13 is 1, and 8, 14 is equal to 2. And then if 31 is equal to 0, 90, 180, you are equal to 0. Okay. So you're equal to 0, 180, 270. I don't know how I messed up that. It's a good thing I tested. It's a good thing that I tested, because again, I would have sucked to just like assume that I was doing this correctly and then have it all freak out and die. All right, so you to there, you to there, you to there. Hey, look at that. Perfect. I remember moving away from Construct, which I had 3 years of experience in, and I was so afraid. That is fair. That's fair. Yeah, so I've been using RPG Maker for about 25 years now. And so I feel like I would probably feel that fear as well, because I'm just like, this is literally everything that I've known. And so I'm like, ugh, like it would be kind of scary to switch away. But I know that it would be for the better in the long run. Like if I were to spend like a year just like trying to learn an engine, I feel like it would honestly be a good thing in the end. So yeah, because I know that stuff like this would probably be much easier to do outside of RPG Maker. I can accept that. I can accept that. I can admit that. I know that would be the case. I'm still lazy though. I'm still lazy, and yeah. So I don't know. Maybe. Okay, so now the rotation would need to be this. So 270. 180, 270. See, this is why I couldn't just do a very simple, basic thing, because it's like there's so many different combinations, and then we've literally gone over 3 now. And there's going to be, because there's 3 different lengths across 3 different. So I guess it's not that many, because what would that be? It would just be like 3 times 3. I think there's got to be more than that, though. Because it's 3. It might actually be 27. 3 to the power of 3. There's 3 lengths for all 3 of the things. Anyway, there's not that many, but there's not really a good way to just be like, yeah, do this thing. Yeah. So anyway, 270, 180, 270. So they all kind of like move in different ways. Let's set that to 1. So then if I come over here and I refresh this, so then you would need to be here, you would need to be here, and you would be here. Oh, it's so satisfying actually seeing it working. I love it. Do you think it's asking too much of audience to make 2 different versions, like one is the original release and a DX version with uncensored scenes and dialogue with extra content? Wait, what do you mean? Do you think it's asking too much of audience to make 2 different versions, like one is the original release and a DX version with uncensored scenes and dialogue with extra content? I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say so. At launch for dev they've never heard of before, yes. I mean, yeah, that's true. Yeah, if it's like a smaller dev and at launch, yeah. But if it's something that would like come eventually, I think that'd be kind of interesting. But if the base game performs well, it could be justified. Yeah. If it's like, yeah, either a smaller dev, a smaller project, like whatever it is, then I would say it's probably too much to ask. But if it's like a more well-known person and it's like a larger project that it does well, then I would say it wouldn't be too much to ask, I would say. Okay. So now at this point, we can essentially take this and then put this in here. Because then we could say if 813 is equal to 2, and then if this is equal to 1, so then we need to go in and test that. Oh, I wish there was a faster and easier way to test this. I'm sure that I could go in and just like calculate it roughly, but I don't know. I like seeing the actual, I like knowing that this is actually the case, you know? Okay, so then what we've got here, this is if you are equal to 0, 90, and 270. Oh yeah, that is. Okay. Set it to 1. All right. And then if you are equal to 2, so then you'd be there, there, there. I forgot that happens. Oh well. It's never going to be happening in the game. So yeah, basically the way that the mask layer is working is if I open a menu that's built into RPG Maker and then close it, it gets rid of the mask. So now it's just showing the progress bars there, which isn't ideal. But again, none of the actual menus in RPG Maker are going to be used in this project, which is just kind of another reason why it's taking so long. Because again, I have to like build everything from scratch in the engine, which like isn't that crazy of a concept, but it does make it take a bit longer. Okay, so now we just need to see if you are equal to 1, 2, and 3. Then we check and see. Let's get the spike pauldrons. Okay, so now you are... Uh, 180, 90, 270. Oh man. So I So I know that I've mentioned this on stream, but so my wife and I we're watching My Hero Academia, and it's my first time watching. It's my wife's second time, and anytime, you know, as we're watching it, as we get from arc to arc, I always whenever we start the new arc and we hear the intro, I'm always like, it's okay, but it's not as good as the last one. Like the last arc was like fantastic. I love that intro. It was the best. And that's usually what it'll be like for the first, you know, couple times that we watch the intro. And then as it goes on, like I get a little bit more used to it. And then by the time we get to the end of the arc, I'm like, oh, this is so good. And then we start the new arc and I'm like, it's fine, but it's not as good as the last one. And it's always like changing of like, the last one was the best one. The last one was the best one. And so like my wife has like asked me a few times, she's like, which one is your favorite? And I'm always just like, I don't like, I would have to sit down and actually, so last night we actually sat down and we were up until like basically midnight. We spent like about 2 hours just watching every single intro back to back, and then like writing down like the pros and the cons, the things we liked about it, the things we didn't like about it. We made this whole list about like which ones were our favorite, which ones aren't. But anyway, because of this, I listened to every single My Hero Academia intro like 4 times each last night, and now I've got like every single song stuck in my head, and so I'm just like sitting here like humming them in my head to myself. And I'm just like, they're so good. They're so good. If you have never watched My Hero Academia, I would highly recommend it. It is a very good show. I'm genuinely surprised at how good it is. Well, okay, for me, because I'm not like a huge anime person. Like I can appreciate anime, but I haven't watched very many, mostly because there's so many to choose from. I've been told by so many people that there are so many good ones that I'm just like, well, how am I gonna pick which one is the one that I should watch? Like, so anyway, so this one I highly recommend if you like anime and if you are a fan of like superheroes. Could not recommend it enough. It is really good music, really great characters. I think probably the biggest thing that I love about it is the fact that there is basically no such thing as a side character. Like every single character in the show has ambition, has drives, has their story, and they actually take time to like focus on every single character, and I love it so much because of that. Okay, so this one we've got 180, 0, and 270. Oh, never mind. I was going to say, like, it seems like the ending one has always been 270. I'm like, what the crap? It's because we're not changing yet. As soon as we change it, then it won't be 270 anymore. So, okay. So that should be good on that one. Now, let's check this last one. This one should be, so it should be 1, 3, and 3. So let's save. And let's test. If you release on Steam, you can set the maturity level for things and it will be shown to a different audience. True. Yeah, that's true. I had some of my anime fan service games get bonked recently, even with ratings. Oh. Well, that's not fun. I'm sorry. Brother says, who's your favorite character, Moon? Whew. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. Who is my favorite character? I mean, like, aside from the obvious ones, like, you know, obviously All Might is really good. I really like All Might. Favorite character? I honestly was not a huge fan of, oh my gosh, freaking what's his face? Kachan, how you pronounce his name? I was not a huge fan of Kachan, like, in the beginning. I felt like he was way too hot-headed for me, which I know that, like, that's who he's supposed to be, but I was just like, there were a lot of times where I'm just like, all right, calm down, buddy. Like, calm down. Which maybe that's the old man in me, just like, all right, buddy. All right, calm down. Take a chill pill. I also was not a huge fan of Deku in the very beginning either. I felt like he was extremely whiny, which fair. It makes sense now, and he's way better now. But yeah, I really like All Might. But yeah, that's. I don't know. That is a tough one. I would probably say, oh man, I don't know. I don't know if I can actually say definitively. There are just so many good characters, and there's so many of them that have like such good arcs that I'm like, I just don't know if I can say like beyond a shadow of doubt which one is my actual favorite. Yeah, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. I'm a real full-on weeb, borderline otaku. So my taste in anime is more obscure than the well-known stuff. That is fair, because yeah, that's the thing is I get recommended stuff all the time, but it's mostly just the well-known stuff that I know about and hear about. All right, that one works just fine. There we go. But I can appreciate that. I do appreciate that a lot. The like, you don't just watch like the mainstream stuff that everybody knows and everybody's talking about. Because there's been a few times where like I've watched an anime, it's, you know, it's obviously it's one of the more popular ones, so it gets recommended to me, and I'll be talking to someone, I'm like, oh yeah, have you seen this one? And it's usually met with like, yeah, of course. And I'm like, sorry, like I'm not as big into the space. I appreciate it, and I do love anime. I love the art style. I love the characters. I love how expressive things can be with like the anime art style. But it is a little bit more difficult for me, mostly because I'm not as into it, and so like I never really know which ones to get invested into and which ones to not. So, okay, I think that should be all the testing that we would need for that one specifically. So at this point, we can now basically reset the clock. So this is where it's going to get really not great. I mean, it'll be fine, but there's going to be, oh my gosh, this is going to be it's going to be big. Link the Gamer over on YouTube says, do you have an estimated release in mind, or are you just going until it feels right to release? That is a fantastic question. I appreciate you asking it. So I don't have a set time as of right now. My hope and my goal is to have a playable free demo up on Steam before the end of like March. I'm hoping for like the first quarter of the year to have a playable demo done and good to go, and then hopefully finishing the game over the course of the rest of this year. So full release probably won't be until the end of the year, you know, obviously despite potential roadblocks and issues and things like that. So yeah, so that's kind of the hope, and loose timeline as of right now is playable demo before the end of like March, and then the full release before the end of the year is kind of like, yeah, rough timeline. I did not mean to bark like a dog. I did not mean to say rough, but I did, and that is where we're at right now in life, and we're just going to have to deal with it. So I apologize. Okay, so essentially the reason why I was like, now we have to, so basically the reason why I'm going, is because we need to take all of, let me grab the next one. So we basically need to take all of this and duplicate it now into another branched condition of this variable now being equal to 2. And then do you know what's going to be even more fun? We will then have to duplicate all of this again, like stuck into if it's equal to 3. So strap in, everybody, because it's going to be a slow, tedious night. Yeah. But it's going to be great. Once it's all done, once it's all said and done, it's going to be fantastic. Link the Gamer says, heck yeah, looking forward to it. You're doing some sick stuff, which I didn't know was even feasible in RPG Maker. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of the goal is I want to take RPG Maker and just make it do things that no one would really think you should do with it. Like, I know that like technically you can do like basically whatever you put your mind to it, so long as you have enough you know, JavaScript knowledge, obviously. But yeah, I want to make the game, have it be finished, and then have people play it, and just when they hear that it was made in RPG Maker, be like, no, what? That's my goal. That's my goal. So I appreciate that though. So thank you. But yeah, definitely working as hard as I can to get it done as quickly as possible. And still fun. Have you ever seen Naruto? I have not. But that is another one. It is another one that has been suggested to me, which I'm like, one of these days I actually will. But yeah, as of right now, I have not seen Naruto. Naruto. That's not Naruto. Naruto. I am a 250% Tokoyami lover. Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. As much as that show makes me roll my eyes, it's pretty great, even though it does stuff I really dislike. Fair. Also, Moon, you need to watch MHA Vigilantes. It's so good. So we've watched because Vigilantes, that's one of the movies, right? Because we watched the first movie. So basically the way we were trying to do it is, as we were watching the show, we would then break and watch the movie that would have come out at that time. So we watched, I think, the first 3 arcs and then watched the first movie. Vigilantes is a spin-off series. Oh, okay. Well, then I'm pretty sure we will watch it eventually. But yeah, so we do plan on watching basically everything, you know, My Hero Academia. But yeah, so we'll get there eventually, but it does take time, especially because we basically have time to watch like one episode, maybe a night. So yeah, it definitely takes a long time to get to the point where we're at right now. Every now and then, like on the weekends, we can sometimes watch like 3 or 4 episodes, but yeah, it basically is like one episode per night, and that is it's a very slow moving thing when you're going that slow. Ah, crap. There we go. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, the branches here are going to be insane. Vigilantes was written by the brother that wrote MHA. Oh, okay. That's kind of cool. I like that. DBZ, Pokemon, MHA, Death Note, Naruto, Chainsaw Man, Jujutsu Kaisen, etc. I can watch. The plots are too simple, or I can't. Wait. I can't watch. The plots are too simple, or very surface level. Being an anime fan of these to me feels like a person who only reads Spider-Man comics and says they're a comic book fan yet haven't experienced much. I mean, I can see that. If you're like super deep into it, I can see it. Totally understandable. I mean, I feel like it's that way with basically anything. You know, if you're like a crazy competitive chess player, you know, you'd watch someone who's really good at chess and you would just sit there and just be like, I saw that move coming 12 moves ago. What the crap are you doing? So I could see that. I could 100% see that. But I guess that's kind of the benefit of being a more casual viewer is I get to kind of just like sit here and be like, yeah, let's sit down and watch this thing. So I don't know. For better or worse, I suppose. All right. This is just going to be kind of like my marker to show like, okay, this is where I'm at. Starting here. Here we go. Okay, so we're at 211. So let's come in here. We're going to adjust this. You're going to be 211. Cool. And now let's come in here and let's give it a shot and see what we look like. That's 211. So we are now going to be equal to you. You. Okay, so now we are 0, 90, 180. 0, 90, 180. That's actually different, right? Yes. Okay. 0, 90. It's different enough. I was like, is there a different way to make this a little bit better? But no, we're just gonna stick with this. We're doing it the slow manual way. Maybe it's not good, but yeah. I love being a casual. It makes everything easier. That's how I live my life. I live my life as a casual, and I enjoy it. Fairly as things should be, I am a casual to fighting games. I absolutely love them, but I know my place. See, there you go. Yeah, and that's the thing is like you can't be a professional at everything. So, yeah, enjoy the things that you can enjoy and live life as you can for other. I don't know where I'm going with this. And now I'm yawning. Okay, here we go. We gotta lock in. We're gonna make this thing happen. So you are 270. You are 90. If I had plotted this out slightly differently, I maybe could have made this work slightly better. But as of right now, we're so deep into it, I'm not going to try and redo how all of this stuff works. I'm just going to live with the consequences, make this work. Because here's the thing. Once we get this implemented, I don't have to touch this again. This will be just in here and be good to go. So, yeah. Okay, so this is going to be 180, 90, 180. $180, 90, 180. Okay, then we come over to here. Okay, now we need to change you to be if you are equal to 2, 2, 1. All right, 2, 2, 1 is going to be. So you're there, and you're there. So 270, 0, 180. 270, 0, 180. 270, 0, 180. All right. 2, so this is 222. This is going to be. Try to make this a little bit faster. So this is going to be, if we put you there, you there, you there. So you're 180, 0, 180. $180, 0, 180. Then if you're equal to 3, Link the Gamer says, how does the animation for the pipes work when the liquid starts moving? Does each pipe have its own animation that you just time to get it to look like fluid? That is an absolutely fantastic question. So yes, so basically the way that it works is if I turn this off. So this is going to be like, this is like my example animation for how it should look. So yeah, so basically I am showing the images and then I set their rotations, and then I'm able to use like an image mask with JavaScript to be able to like show and hide the images. So essentially, so this inner circle here is an image, this circle here is an image, and then this circle here is an image. And then the purple filler is like another image. So then you got 1, 2, and then 3. And then, yeah, and then basically what I can do is I can just take an image mask to be able to show and then hide the images itself. So this is it showing, and that's it hiding. And then basically it just like loops in like this spiral basically. And so to show the image, it like swipes across showing, and then as soon as it hits, so it starts at like about this angle, so like negative 110 degrees, and then it ends at this angle right about here. So as soon as it hits that angle, then it starts on the next one. So then it starts here, kind of spins around, and then it ends here, and then it starts on the next one, starts here, goes there, good to go. Yes, that's how it works. So the filler will look like this. This is what the actual filler will look like. And then I had made it so you could actually empty it as well. But that was only going to be when I was originally going to allow it so that the player could still like be spinning the dials while it was filling. But then I was like, that's just going to be way too much. So, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, so that's kind of where it's going with this right here. So, and the hope is that like it's fast enough that like it feels flowy enough, because I want it to feel not necessarily like a fluid, but almost more of like a beam of energy almost. Like I don't want it to be instant, because like obviously I could just like have it show the images instantly, and like technically if it was like, you know, energy or light or whatever, it would show instantly. So I want there to be like a slight animation so you can like see it filling in, but I don't want it to be too much. So enough to hopefully be like kind of like scratch that itch of like, yeah, I get to watch it fill up, but not so much like it's slow and weird looking. So yeah. I love just being a consumer because people will complain about a game, show, movie, etc., and all I think is I had fun. I mean, that's fair. There are some things that I will put my foot down on, but for the most part, yeah, you know, can't stand mixels or terrible pixel art in stuff though. It makes me lose my mind, but in a funny way, not in a serious way. I would agree, which is why I'm trying as hard as I possibly can to make sure there's no mixels in this game. I want to make sure, aside from a few things, obviously there are some things. There are some things that I can't really help. You know, say for example with the rotating of the dials, right? I guess I technically could, with the rotation, tell it to only rotate to like specific degrees, so it's like more of like a clicking animation. And so like I do want to find a way to make this feel slightly better, so you're not rotating like a full 360 degree, like covering every single pixel, because then you get like these weird rotated pixels that are technically mixels, but I don't know. But yeah, I get the same feeling honestly when I see things like that. There's actually a game that I saw, I think it was on Humble Bundle today. It was on sale, and no, it was on GOG, and I got an email about it. It was like, hey, this game's on sale. It seems like something you would like. So I went and looked at it, and it did look really cool, except for the fact that like they were going for like that retro vibe. Everything was like pixel art, very simple, basic color palette, but everything was a different pixel size. The text, there was some text that was like enormous, and some text that was like really small, and like, you know, everything was like shifting and changing, and like I was just like, it looked so like they didn't properly redraw any of the monsters. And so like if they had like a boss monster, it would just like expand the monster, and so you'd have these monsters with like really large looking pixels, whereas the player character had the like correct number of pixels. And I was just like, if you want to go for like an actual retro looking game, like obviously like I'm no purist, like obviously I'm going to take some creative liberties with this game, and like hopefully it's not so noticeable that like takes people out of the immersion, but yeah, so basically it's yeah, so anytime I see that where it's like some of these, sometimes it like, and here's the thing, in active movement of things I feel like it's not that bad, which is why like when I'm moving this I'm like it's not the worst thing in the world, and then like I make it snap to a 0, 90, 180 or 270 degree rotation, because I'm like I don't want it to like stop right here, because that would just look bad. And anything like, if cards, like if things in the game are like growing, shrinking, stuff like that, because it's like, if you pick up one of these things and you drop it, it kind of like has like this little little pop animation. It's very, it's very, very hard to see, but like there's like a slight pop, but it's like I feel like it's hopefully so little that like it doesn't pull anyone out of it. I hope. When I first saw your project, I was getting a D&D feel from it. It's kind of what I'm going for, honestly, like a little bit of D&D, Fairly says, for me, particles and UI compared to the game world and text are fine for Mixels if they aren't too far off. Yeah, and that's the thing is like with this game particularly, it was very far off. Like it was bad. But yeah, if you have like moving things, yeah, like you said, particles, UI, like it's not the worst thing in the world, but it does kind of take me out of it. And so I'm like, I know that not everyone's going to feel the same way, but I'm like, I'm going to try my best to not have that happen. So anyway, yeah. Mixel, like a pixelated cocktail. Close. No, so a mixel is basically, so say for example, like with this game right here, actually I'll show you in Photoshop. That'll be a little bit easier. So basically, so with this game, as you can see, so in Photoshop, they have like these little grid patterns, right? So each one of these is a pixel. So this is 1 pixel. And so this is like the true resolution of the game. So for every single pixel in here in this project, it is considered 1 pixel. So if I switch down to 1 pixel, as I'm drawing around with the black color, each one of these is a singular pixel. But for my game, I'm upscaling, because like currently this is the resolution is 320 by 180. Very small, and RPG Maker does not upscale things very well. So before I export anything, I always upscale it to at least 720p so that it's closer, right? So now everything is still technically pixelated, right? So like each one of these, each 4 pixels is considered like 1 pixel. But when it comes to terms of like a mixel, is if I were to then come in here and say, for example, if I set a brush to be 2 pixels and I was like, oh, like I want to smooth this out a little bit, so then I start adding these, this would be considered a mixel, because technically with the rest of the art, 4 pixels is equal to 1 pixel. And so kind of like how, if we bring it back down to the original size, I can't do a 2 pixel thing, like a pixel is a pixel. So when I upscale it up to 400%, technically, could I come in here and like smooth this out and be like, oh, I'm going to get like a nice smooth angle here going like this? Like, yes, I could do that, and it would make it look smoother. But that is what's considered like a mixel, when you have other things that are like different sized pixels that do not match the rest of the game. So it's like if I were to come in here and like add some text, and if I were to be like, hello, and if I turn this into my font, there we go, and I set this down to a 5-point font, and then we set this to be none at 0. There we go. So now, as you can see, the font is like pixel perfect. It is 1 pixel, or like it's a 3 by 5 pixel font, and it lines up perfectly. But if I were to come in here and be like, I need you to be like, because if I zoom out, I'm like, that's a little bit too small. I want you to be just slightly bigger. So let's say I bring it up to like be an 8 or something like that. Now it's all like weird and pixely look like the font doesn't render itself well to that. It's like, it doesn't look good. But if I were to then upscale things, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe I want the text to be just ever so slightly larger. So let's go with like a 25-point font. While technically it works, because like now each one of the pixels in the font is 5 pixels large, and it's probably not as noticeable as of right now, but like then you start trying to get it on here and you start trying to like line it up with things, and it just does not line up well. So anyway, I feel like I have gone on just a little bit too long with this rant. Anyways, that's what a mixel is when you have a specific pixel size, and then you try to like add extra pixels inside of that pixel, it starts to like smooth things out, and it just doesn't look great. If you're trying to go for like a retro vibe and feel, you can't really have a mixel because this would be the resolution. This would be the exact resolution, and you can't do the mixels on here. But then as soon as you upscale, then some developers are like, oh, well, but like if I'm upscaling up to like this other size, I can like, you know, make slightly smaller text or like slightly smaller elements here. And it's like, you can, and that's totally up to you. But for me, personally, I try and avoid it. I try and avoid it. Anyway, back to it. Jellyfield is very not pixel perfect, but I think I will say, even though it's not pixel perfect, I still think it looks fantastic. But that's the thing, is like I feel like Jellyfields is not necessarily like a retro game, it's a pixel game. And if you have a pixel game, it is totally fine to have like different sized pixels to make up your artwork. I think that works totally fine. When you're trying to like create a retro pixel game, which is what Tomb of Vercilias is, then I feel like you have to stick by it just a little bit more. Not 100% of the time, but I do feel like you need to like stick to it more. But yeah, but it also, I will say fairly, I will say your game lends itself much better to having things like that because your art is just so freaking good that like, who cares if there's some mixels? Like it just looks so good that it's like, who cares? Who cares? Coco says, hello there. Welcome, Coco. Glad you're here. Hopefully you have an absolutely fantastic evening / week. All the art itself is. It is good. Hoppy says, I see now. Guess you can make that a short if you didn't. I mean, I probably could. I know that's been covered a handful of times, so I'm like, maybe. But yeah, could be a good time. Could be good. What are we doing now? So this is now 2. So this you're equal to 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so you are now 3, 2, 3. 3, 2, 3. Are we currently equal to 3, 2, 3? 2, 2, 3. 2, 2, 2, 3. Sorry, 2, 2, 3. Okay, we're equal to 2, 2, 3. 3, 2, 3 would be almost done. So 2, 2, 3 is correct. So we are currently equal to, let's come in here. We're going to do 270, 180. Nope. Holy smokes, that was close. You need to be 180, you need to be 0, and you need to be 90. Oh, that was close. I almost did that completely wrong. Okay, so you are 90, you are 0, and you are 180. There we go. That's my bad. I did step away for just a little bit too long, and so I was throwing myself off there. Okay, so let's come in here. We're going to change you to be equal to 3 and 1. Okay, save that, and let's refresh that and get that in there. Further says, it's very strange to hear my art is good. I always forget it looks nice. It does look very nice. I am very jealous of your art. It looks so good. Coco says, I'm trying to make a YouTube video. Do you write scripts for yours, or do you just wing it? So I winged it for the first while, and then after a bit, I noticed that winging it. Here's the thing: I didn't want to sit down and like write a whole script. I was like, that just takes so long. I don't want to do that. Like I'll just go about it and just whatever. But I realized that going back and having to like correct myself, like trying to think of what to say next, it actually seemed to take more time, especially in post-production. It took so much longer for me to edit it down, to like do the actual cutting and clipping and making it actually flow and work correctly, that it actually saved time to sit down and write a script, you know, spend 30 minutes, an hour, depending on like how long the video is, how intense the script needs to be. Yeah, I actually found that it was way faster with my post-production stuff in terms of like cutting and editing. If I just had it all written out, script was good to go. I did also try highlights for a while. I would just like put bullet points to like talk about, and even that, it just there's so much that like I felt like I had to go back and correct and change and stuff like that, that I was just like, I'm just gonna sit down, write the scripts word for word, and like, yeah, like I'll kind of go off script a little bit here and there. But yeah, for the most part, it's yeah, write the script, stick to the script, and then I call it good. So that's how I do things anyway. So that is what I would recommend. So even though like I'm sure it seems like on the surface you're like, do I really want to spend the extra time to like do all of this stuff? I feel like it's kind of worth it in the end, just because the post-production is way easier when you're doing something like that. All right, let's refresh that. Some Dev says, I'm back, this time with audio. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hope that you had an absolutely fantastic time while you were out and about. We are still working on this, but we're actually making progress. We are making progress, and it is feeling good so far. Feeling good. Okay, so you would be there, you'd be there, you would be there. Okay, so with that set up, we are now equal to... We come in here. Nope, let me come in here, and then we come down to here. Say, okay, so if you are equal to 2, 2, 2, the degrees would need to be 90, 270, and 180. Was that actually 270? Okay, I thought I fat fingered something. There we go. Okay, last one on this one here. So if this is going to be equal to 233, let's take a look. Okay, so you're going to be equal to 180. You would then be 270, and you would be 0. Awesome. Oh, we're getting so close. We are getting close. We've just got one more of these to do, and then we will be done. And then we can actually implement this puzzle into its correct place. Oh, and it'll be so nice to be making other progress. So nice. 180. Okay. Now I want to actually test these things just to make sure they're actually working, and then we should be good to go. So let us refresh that and see what happens. Rarely scroll. Summer Dev says, mild videos, I never scripted, but nowadays I script almost everything I do because I suck. No, you do not suck. Not at all. But I do feel like scripted content... Here's the thing. There's definitely a time and a place for unscripted content. I feel like if you just want to like get something out there really quickly, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all to do unscripted content. But I will say from like the minimum amount of experience that I have, I mean, I've only been doing this a year now. I will say with the minimum amount of experience that I have, I do feel like I get better results with a script. Even if it's just bullet points and like loose talking points, it can help a lot. But yeah, the scripting definitely makes it way easier, because here's the thing. When you're writing out a script, you can easily go back and you can change it. You can make the adjustments you need just by reading through it. Versus if you're just kind of spitballing and going along, like, yeah, you can like, you know, kind of riff and like get some good stuff out there. But then when you go back and listen to yourself, there's going to be so many times where like you'll be listening, you'll be like, oh, wait, I didn't cover that thing. Crap. And then you have to go back in, you have to like remember kind of like your cadence and how you were sounding to then try and like edit that in. And sometimes it just sounds janky. And then it's just, yeah, I feel like it's more work to do unscripted stuff if it's not the correct kind of video for unscripted stuff. So that's what I would say anyway. I'm in no means an expert though. So again, take what I say with a grain of salt. Hey, look at that. It all fills up all fantastically and beautifully now. Oh, okay, so now we adjust this down to a 2. I just want to make sure that all of these work, because nothing would suck more. Because here's the thing, I'm pretty sure that there are going to be 27 potential puzzle layouts that you could do to actually make this thing work. Well, that one was easy. There we go. So I just want to make sure that all of them are actually working, because yeah, it would suck to like have one that is buggy and I don't catch it, and I just somehow, because of the way the RNG works, I just somehow never run into it in my testing, and then it just would suck, because then I would never find it, and then someone else would find it and be like, hey, this thing's broken. So yeah, it'd be good times. Scripting is safer and more organized, I guess. Yeah, true. Summer Dev says, what? How did you do that path animation? How do you always do this? It was a lot of math, a lot of weirdness. And I'm going to say this right now. Do not judge me based on how I have the code laid out. I did this strictly because in RPG Maker MV, you can't like minimize different parts of the code. And so I didn't want these long blocks of code. Anyway, so basically this is what I use to mask the image layers themselves. Yeah, so I'm basically able to take like the radius, and then I basically just, I'm applying a mask just using the pixie graphics, and then it just creates a mask. So basically, so this one and this one and this one cover the 3 progress bars. So it shows them and then covers them with this mask. And then down over here. So once I get down, past all this is all just the checks. So then this is where it's actually showing. So this is everything that is actually showing. So this one sets a whole bunch of stuff up, makes it good to go. And then this is actually looping through, revealing it at a 0.25 is the speed. So yeah, so it sets the radius, sets the speed, all that fun stuff. And then the reason why I say do not judge is you will notice it is a very long block of code. Yes, basically this is what actually it like fills in as it's like removing the mask, and basically just, you know, works clockwise, runs along, and then calls it good. So I did also I did go through and I made sure to get a hiding one working as well, and then I think I'm now realizing I don't actually need the hiding, so it basically goes clockwise and then counterclockwise. But yeah, so basically this was like my test example, so I was able to get it to fill all the way up, and then it can then deplete as well. So yeah, good times. lots of fun stuff. But I was looking around, I was trying to find plugins, and I was like, there's got to be a plugin. I found some really cool plugins. You can do some really cool things with the images, but nothing that would actually incorporate and let me use gradient mask layers, like using a grayscale gradient to actually hide and show things, which I found very weird, very bizarre. I figured there would be something like that out there. I couldn't find anything. Maybe I was just looking for the wrong thing. So anyway, yeah. So it was a lot. It was a lot to try and get working and figure out, but I got it all figured out, and so now we can actually finally have it working and reveal. Maybe it's not the most impressive thing in the world. Like, it's not perfect, but hey, it works. It works. So yeah, that's what we got. That is what we got, and it makes me happy to see. I will say that it does make me very happy to actually see it working. So yeah. It was a lot of math. Moon, I'm not a coder would. I'm not. I ran into so many freaking errors with this code that I had to go back to ChatGPT so many times, and I'm just like, what am I doing wrong here? And it'd be like, oh yeah, you missed this part here. And I'm like, freaking wrapping my brain around like radians. Oh my gosh. I messed up so many times accidentally referencing radians versus like just freaking like the rotation angles, like radians versus angles. So many times that I thought I was doing something so wrong, and then I would be like, all right, what am I doing wrong? And it'd be like, it looks like you're trying to calculate the radians the angle versus the radians. I'm like, dang it. So that was fun. Anyway, yeah. So it's again, it'll take a little bit to kind of to make it good or better looking, but I figure for now it gets the job done. It does the trick, right? And so instead of just having it just all show immediately and just pop in, it at least kind of does a little bit, which is kind of fun. Everyone knows Moon had his secret coder. He hides away to ride off. Shush. He'll hear you. He's behind the green screen, clickety clacking away. My secret hidden coder back there. Nothing. Yeah, that's Derek, my coder. He helps me out with all the special things. Shush, Derek. Should this be the birth of the new some random off-screen character that I just always refer to? Just anytime anything's not working quite right, I'm just like, Derek, I told you to get this working before the stream started. You're making me look like an idiot in front of everybody, Derek. That's not what I pay you for, Derek. Whatever. Derek's fine. He's fine. I feed him. He's fine. I don't know the last time he saw the sun, but he's fine. I was wondering what happened to my coder friend Derek. Yeah, he disappeared. I mean, I don't know. Derek? I don't know, Derek. Derek who? Never heard of him. Okay, let's see. We've just got a couple more tests to do just to make sure that all of these are, oh my gosh, functioning correctly. There we go. Okay, so now I think that should be everything tested. That should be everything at this point. He taught me to console.log. Good old Derek. It was the last thing I learned before the disappearance. Wow. You must have come a very long way since the disappearance of Derek. Either that or you learned console.log a very long way into your development process. Or learning your development education. I know how to speak words. Yeah, Derek was pretty useless. Taught you things way out of order. Oh my gosh. I almost died there on that water. Whew. Okay, so last one we now need to do if this is now equal to 3. I am now realizing this is probably way more work than it's actually worth, but I've locked myself in. I'm this close. I might as well keep going. At least with this way, with it being random rotations and then random lengths, it kind of helps it be not the exact same thing every single time. So it is going to be a good thing in the end. At the end of the day, it will be a good thing. It just kind of sucks for now having to set up so many different instances. And again, I'm sure there's going to be a way better way around this, like to go actually about this. But this is the lazy man's way of doing this, which I know is kind of a oxymoron because this is like the most tedious way to do this. But you know what? We do what we do, and we do crazy things. So, yeah. Okay, so if you are equal to 3, and that is 1 and a 1, then we're going to say if the angle is equal to 270 and 0 and 90, then you're good to go. All right, next one up is going to be if you are equal to 3, 1, and 2. Let's give that a shot. Remember, kids, if you're gonna die, do it on stream. I mean, that's fair. That is fair. That'll be the best way to guarantee or hope that I will become just irrationally, potentially popular. You know, news stories will be written about the guy who died on stream creating a game in RPG Maker. People will talk about it. I'm sure. I'm sure it'll happen. Okay, so you're going to be 180. Wait, you're still 0? No, now you're 0. And then you are 90. Yeah. All right, next one up is if you are equal to 313. Meet me down to the 313. RPG Maker MV university tuition is too high. I'll just learn from streamers and YouTube videos. There you go. There you go. Wait, is there like an actual university? Is there an actual service you can pay for to learn RPG Maker? Please don't tell me this is the case. Because that's insane if there is. Yeah, don't, if there actually is, don't pay for that. Do not pay for that. In fact, if you want, I am currently doing a video series on my YouTube channel where I'm kind of essentially teaching RPG Maker video by video. I break down every single event command and I go through it and how it works. It's mostly geared toward teaching JavaScript in like a very basic way, because that's how I know that's how I know JavaScript is in a very basic way. Yeah. So definitely not going to go over anything too crazy advanced, because as you can see, I struggle through the advanced stuff. Okay, so if you're 90, and then that would mean you would have to be 270, which means you would have to be 180. Oh my gosh. This... I know I say this so often, but what am I doing with my life? Hold up. This is equal, so this is 3, 2, 1. It's the correct spot, right? 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right, just making sure that I'm not overwriting some of the work that I've done. 180, 270, and 90. Okay, move you to there. Okay, this is if you are equal to 322. Okay, you would go there. So you'd go there, you would go there. Which means you would be 90, 270, and 90. Oh, it's going to be a good day when this is done. It's going to be such a good day. All right, if you are 323. Okay, you'd be there, there, there. All right, you would be 0, 270, and 90. $90, but then you're also still 270? Really? How? What? Hold up. If you're 322, let me just double check on that. So you'd be you, you'd be you, you'd be you. All right, well, fair enough, fair enough. I just wanted to make sure. All right, so now this is 3-3-1. We're on the home stretch, everybody. We are on the home stretch. Ho, we're getting close. And I didn't mean to call you a hoe, but I did, so that's what it's got to be sometimes. Ho, we getting close. Okay. What are we going to be at? We are now going to be equal to you, you, and you. So that is going to be... Oh, we're on the last three. Guess that is 90, 180, 90. Okay, you are 332. Refresh that. There, there, there. Okay. So that is going to be 0, 180, 90. Last but not least, this is if this is equal to 333. Oh boy. Oh boy. So you would have to be angled up, you would have to be angled that way, and you would have to be angled that way. All right, so I guess that would make sense. It is just flipped, reversed. So you would be 270, 180, 90. Oh my gosh. Finally, freaking finally. Holy smokes. Okay, now let's just go through really quickly. We're going to test those last few that we did and just make sure they work, and then we should be good to go. So you're facing up, so you need to go that way. You would need to go that way. There we go. Oh, it's so satisfying. It makes me smile. It really makes me smile when these things work the way they do. Okay, let's go up, and we'll go that way and that way. Oh, it's gonna be a dark day if I hit a bump in the road. If I hit a bump in the road, it's gonna be a dark day. Dark days indeed. Okay, so you're up. You would be that way. You would be that way. Fantastic. All right, then I think the last thing to test would just be if you are a 2 and you are a 3. So you would be up, you would be that way, and you would be that way. And we got a 3-2-2. there. There. All right. Last but not least, let's just make sure this thing's working. 3, 2, 1. Go there, and there. Oh my goodness. It makes me so happy. Oh, this was probably the dumbest way to go about this puzzle. This was probably the dumbest most amount of time that I've spent on a thing that is so ridiculously over-engineered and just so scope creepy. But it works. It works, and I could not be more excited for that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it can just randomly select the lengths now. So now we've got a 1, a 2, and a 3. That's actually really cool. Oh my gosh. Oh. Well, just goes to show. You may think of like the dumbest thing in the world, and you may get your mind set on it, and you're just like, this has to happen this way or the highway. And it may be stupid, but hey, so long as you're just being creative about it, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Like we said earlier in the stream, we're gonna call it the ABCs of Moonwood games. Always be creative. ABC, don't forget it. Always be creative. Even if you gotta go in there and freaking brute force something and create every single freaking condition, win condition in here, just be creative. Always be creative. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Okay, well, yeah, happy day. Happy freaking day. Now here's something I'm gonna test really quickly. I just want to make sure that I'm just gonna test one of them. Just gonna test one of them. So if we have you facing up, and then we have you facing, so you'd be there technically correct. So if we go here, then we turn you to there, and then what if we turn you there? Okay, cool. So it doesn't accidentally... Oh, wait. No. So you'd be there. Yeah, so it doesn't ever accidentally trigger it just because it, like, crosses over. It's something I kind of thought about maybe doing. But, yeah, I think it makes most sense. Like, you have to actually let go, and then it triggers the whole thing. So, happy day. Happy freaking day. Okay. Oh boy, it is good to go. So we take this and we can just delete you. We can delete you and we can delete you. There we go. And it's gone. Now, what do we have to do at this point? We now need to actually get this thing in the proper spot and working. And we need to get this thing working. So, how are we going to do this? That is a great question, because now we're moving on to the next part. And yeah, okay, so let's see. So what are we going to do? Let's get this thing actually moved into the tomb, the thing itself. Let's get that thing actually working. So what happens? So that's 145. So when you go into the room, oh my goodness, it's Jonas. Welcome, Jonas. Welcome. Glad you're here. Jonas says, hey, whoa, new layout. That's true. We got ourselves a new layout going on right here. Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. Whoop.
Jonas Frog just redeemed stretch.
I can always count on you, Jonas. I can always count on you. All right, actually, I probably do need a good stretch. I have been sitting dormant for like an hour and a half, so I don't know if dormant's the right word. We're gonna go with dormant. I've been sitting dormant for like the past hour and a half. So let's do some stretching, everybody. Everybody ready? We're gonna go to the left first. Here we go. And to the right. Oh, and backwards. Oh, boy. Oh, that feels good. Oh, thank you, Jonas. I appreciate that. Well, welcome. Glad you're here. Glad you are here. Yeah, we've been up to some stuff. We're changing the layout, doing all sorts of crazy stuff with the game. It's a good time. It is a great time. Yeah, great times. Great times. Okay, well, let's see here. What was I going to look for? Oh, yeah, what's actually turning on this thing? Okay, So this is the floor exit puzzle. That is not what we want. We do not want to have it be turning this. So basically I need to take all of these puzzles and put them into the regular puzzle thing, which fine, fair, but we'll do that eventually. So what are you? You're the portal puzzle animations, and then you are the portal puzzle timer. Okay, so all of you are going to be going over here because you're all going to be getting mixed in with this stuff here. I'm actually probably going to mix all this stuff into these events so I can erase all of these events and just mix them into these three here. That is a job for a different day, though. What are you? Yahtzee. Oh my gosh, I forgot we got Yahtzee working, didn't we? I don't know if we're actually ever going to use that. Maybe. I'm going to hold on to it for now. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so essentially this is going to become the new portal puzzle. So you enter, instead of turning on floor exit puzzle, or this is just portal puzzle. Yeah, I think we're going to just turn on 164 with it. So let's come over here when you enter that room. In mini boss room, showing monster. Okay, where are we taking care of all this stuff? Is the Tomb Master? Oh, that's right. I think it's the Tomb Master. Yeah, so essentially, I think in here, this is where it shows the text, right? The glyphs on the sigil are glowing, and a purple swirling vortex has consumed the wall. This one, an odd circular frame with mysterious glyphs, is construction to the wall. The bricks behind are oddly discolored, almost like prolonged exposure to something has changed them. Interact with the glyphs. So, choice, yeah, interact with glyphs. There we go. So, show dialogue choices. Okay. So then over here in the Tomb Master, progress to the next level. The door swings open. You. Start portal puzzle. Okay, so we're not turning on 149 anymore. We want to turn on 164. Yes. So over here we can get rid of this guy. Let's delete that. And then you will eventually be able to get rid of / do something with. But for now, I want to keep you because you are like the working prototype for the animation itself. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So now if we come over here, let's grab Fairly's Fantastic Scroll, and then we're going to go over to room 29. Let's go find room 29. Let's go down. Over. There we go. So now if we interact with the glyphs, it should pull up the puzzle, which it does. Crap. Yeah. So this is all the stuff here. Okay, so I'm guessing also that this somewhere along here. 149. Okay, let's get rid of you and switch you over to 164. There we go. Now we need to take some of the initialization stuff in here and put it over there. So I think we need this stuff. So we need you and we need you. So let's grab you two. Now we're not going to do, let's see, random number 4 equals 3. Oh, that's picking the puzzle. Okay, let's copy that. And then we come over to here. I'm going to throw you in there. I did not realize we were using image layers 28 and 34. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Ah, crap. So we can either change this stuff here, I almost think that changing these images here are going to be way easier than changing the rest of the freaking puzzle. Because as you can see, so we got 28 and 34. So we're not technically using 28, but we're using 34. So unless... I guess we could change it to 35? I guess we could go with 35. Okay, maybe it's not actually as bad as I was fearing. But floor exit puzzle. This is if 149 is on. That, I don't think any of that is what we need. Yeah, I don't think any of that's what we need. Okay, so go through the portal, start portal puzzle, turn on 164, attune to obelisk. Okay, real the mini boss. Okay, so I believe then what we do is we come over here. So these are the puzzles themselves, and then I believe it then jumps over here. No, that's the Memoroon. Then we come over here. The glyphs on the sigil begin glowing as a purple swirling vortex. Okay, so I think basically we just need to take all of this here. Okay, so we need to make some even more adjustments. It should be fine. It should be all right. Let's just take it and see what happens. So come over here. Now, down all the way down here. So non-win. If you did not win, then we just say... Set 1,000 equals 0 and turn off... Oh, that's the selected... Okay, yeah, so we need that. Do that. Okay. So basically what we need to do is... Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. So basically, if you are equal to 1, that means you win. Fill the bars. You know what? We'll have it in its own separate thing. So fill the bars, and then down here, we're going to have another conditional branch. Because I don't know why. I want to have them separate. There's literally no reason why, but I just want to. And it's my game, and I can do what I want. It's my game, and I can do what I want to. So if you're equal to 1, that means you win. So let's paste that in there. Then down here, we've got win. So the non-win is this guy right here. Let's just put you into the else handler. So then win is going to be this guy, but we're going to change a lot. So the glyphs on the sigil begin glowing as a purple swirling vortex consumes the wall. Okay. Go through portal. Okay, so here's where there's going to be some issues. The issues are the images we're using to show the teleportation animation when you finish. It does some weird things, is probably the best way to describe it. So this is using 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. So we need to find 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 image layers that we can increase to, starting at 35. Because here you're showing 35. So 35. Oh, no. Okay. So 35. So this needs to actually cover the portal itself. Because I want it to, like, as it comes up and zooms in, then it's being covered by this wall. So it needs to be below this image layer, but above this image layer, 28. So we're currently using 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. So we need to find 6 layers starting at 35. Is that possible? 6 layers starting at 35. Let's go over here to the pictures. 30. Okay. So starting at 26, this was the deck UI, and then we had 27 through 32, and then 33 through 38. Twenty-six, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. So we're starting at 28, and then we've got 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Okay. So then we would need 35, 36, 37, 38. So what is 39 and 40? The perk icons in the tomb. Okay. What do we got here? What can we use? What can we use? So we could either go way above and do like, you know, use image layers like 100 plus. I feel like 100 plus are kind of what we've been using for other things, as this stuff has kind of gotten out of hand. It's like with this guy here. Yeah, so starting at 101, that was kind of like the portal puzzle stuff. But I'm not going to go through and redo all of these image layers because there's so much code that I would have to go in and change the image layers. Like all here. Here, I'd have to change all of them on there. I would have to change them here. But I have to change them all through here. Yeah, that's not worth it. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do this. We're going to say, let's just grab this. And then we're going to say down here at the very end. Wait, we also need here in the beginning. So 35. 35 is going to be 5 images plus this cover up. So we'd have 101, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. Okay. So you're going to be 106. So show image layer 106. You are going to be portal puzzle _1. Okay, origin of 1, you're going to show at 640 by 202, 100, 100, 255, 0. Cool. And then we get rid of 35. There we go. Now we should be able to come over here and instead of showing, so we got 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. That is 5. Yes, that should be correct. Oh boy. Ugh. Oh, we got to change that too. Oh, okay, there's, let's just start from the top. Let's just start adjusting. We should be good. Okay. So you're going to be, so 29 is 101, 102, 103, 104, and 105. Okay. Now we're going to say show picture 101. You're going to be the portal puzzle _3. We're going to show you at 640, 232 at 120%, 0 opacity, normal. 232. Okay. I did 202 here. I hope that's right. I guess we'll see. Time will tell. Now we need to set the tint for the picture. I do not fully remember for the life of me what that is, so we're going to do RPG Maker script call list. There we go. We're going to find a tint picture. Okay. There we go. We'll just add it in here. Okay, so we're tinting image layer 101, and we're setting, there it is. So we're setting the red to be -255, -255, -255. The gray is going to equal 0. Frames is going to be 1 frame. Okay. Get rid of that. For 933, 133, 33. Okay. I'm just like, I'm making sure that like we're actually doing this correctly. So then one last thing here in this script call, we're then going to say game screen, move picture 101. We don't need to show the name anymore this time. 1, 640, 232, 120, 120, 255, 0, and then we're going to do it over the course of 120 frames. Now we'll come in here and we're just going to say wait 120 frames because that's what this thing is doing right here. Wait. All right. And then at this point we should be able to then say in a script call, we're going to show image layer 102. It's going to be portal puzzle 4. Show at 640, 232, and you're going to be 0, 0. Cancel. Dang it. All right, you're going to be show picture. Wait, yeah. What? Oh, okay, yeah. So you're 102. Your portal puzzle _4, 640, 232, you're going to be 0, 0. Okay, yeah, 255, 0. Okay. Oh, man, that was fun. I confused the crap out of myself because of the 120. All right, so then you are 103. You're going to be portal puzzle 5. You're going to show at 1, 640, 232, 0, 0, 255, 0. You're going to be 104, portal puzzle 6, 640, 232, yada, 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 yada. Here we go. So 105, portal puzzle. This is going to be number 7. 1, 640, 232, 0, 0, 255, 0. Cool. And we delete all of those. Now, oh dear. Now we want to say rotate image layer 101, 102, 103, 104, 105. And then we need to move the pictures. Let's copy that. Okay, and then we're going to say script. Okay, now we're doing this reverse. Now we want to say 105. Move you to 640, 232, 100, 100, 255 in 120 frames. And then wait for 3 frames. And then you are 104. It should be basically the exact same thing. We're just changing the image ID. So that, change you to 103. (102). Last but not least, 101. Delete that. Okay, so now 29. 106 is the wall. So 101 is this first one. So 29 would be 101. So we essentially just need to tint image layer 101. To be 0, whoops, 0, 0, 0, 0 over the course of 120 frames. There we go. Okay, so that has to wait for that. So if we do, so 120, so that would be 150 frames here. Turn that on. Then we're showing picture number 2, room exit. So that one should be fine. Show picture 1, portal 6. Rotate picture number 1. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. And then we're erasing a whole bunch of pictures. Oh boy. Oh man, this is a lot. Okay, so 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. I think that's everything there. Pretty sure. I just want to double check though. So you're 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. So I don't think we even need to erase 35. Yeah, 35 should be fine. So then it should just be 101, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, crap. So close. It's the joys of using RPG Maker for JavaScript. Literally one short and I have to put it in its own thing. 106. There we go. So how's the progress today? Still going around in a circle? Well, funny you should ask, because you may be here to see the official first test to see if this actually works correctly. In terms of like actually activating the portal and all that fun stuff. So fun enough fact, Mathra, we've actually made complete total progress on the minigame for the portal. So we just want to make sure that it is actually working so you can actually activate the portal with it. I don't know if this is going to work. We just had to change a whole bunch of stuff. So let's see what freaking happens. So if we interact with the glyphs, it should pull up the puzzle. Which it does in a very weird way. Okay, so there's the first bug. That should not be there. But you can hover over these. You can rotate them. Good times. Yeah, so then if we do that, and that. Whoop. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yes. Oh my gosh. Okay, it is not perfect. Oh my gosh, what is happening? This is far from perfect. What was that? What was that? Okay, I don't know what that was. That was terrifying. But hey, technically, that worked. Portalception, that was Portalception. That was freaking wild. Okay, well, yeah, we've got some fun, weird things going on there. So, what is the first thing that's going on that we need to fix? First thing is, if we interact with the glyphs, you'll notice there's this line here covering things. We don't want that. Flawless execution. What is my phone typing? W2F. Yeah, flawless exaction. Flawless exaction right there. That was some flawless exaction right there. Okay, so yes, basically what we currently have is there's this thing covering right here. What would that be? Okay, there's a couple things actually. Couple things. So first and foremost is this guy right here, Portal Puzzle 1. So Portal Puzzle 2 is this guy, which you are 28. Am I using 28 for... What are you? Of course it is. Of course it is. Well, I'm gonna say it must have been fate. It must have been fate because I can come in here and I can say, why did I do that? I can come in here and I can say, select all, come here, okay, blah, 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 blah. I can actually put you to be 100 and we can say portal puzzle piece 2, 640, 182. Okay. And then we can get rid of you. So that should fix the first bug of Portalception. Portalception should be fixed with that, I hope. Fingers crossed. Go down, 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 and over. Down, down, down by the portal. What? What is happening? Oh. Ooh. Okay, that would do it. Okay. 182 though. I'm gonna remember 182 because did I put 182 in the wrong place? I may have put 182 in the wrong place. That may be my bad. So let's remember 182 just in case. Okay. Yeah, so I put it in the wrong place. So you should be 182, not 202. Okay. All right, we're making progress. We are making progress slowly but surely. Oh my goodness. Oh, hey, look at that. The mini boss spawned right next to the exit. Cool. Interact with the glyphs. Okay. We now no longer have portal inception, so that's good. We still have this issue of this black bar, this gray bar showing right here, which I'm like 99% sure, and this is going to suck if this is the case. I'm like 99% sure the reason why this is showing it is. Okay, what are we going to do here? What option do I have? I can go through and I can adjust. I want to do it. I don't want to do it. Yeah, basically I need everything that's up here to be below these image layers. Because since they're on top, this stuff shows above this. And the reason why this gray bar is here is because when the portal activates, there needs to be a gray bar here to cover some things. So, yeah. So, what can we do? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right. That's all right. It's all right, everybody. We're going to be fine. We're going to be all right. Don't even worry about it. Okay. So, yeah. So what can we do? What can we do? We could... We could have two different image layers. One that has that gray bar, one that doesn't. So when it's on this screen, it doesn't show. I think we're going to still run into the issues of the freaking portal stuff here showing above these. What is happening here? That is my real question. Is there more stuff going on in here? And then 150. So 149 and 150. This is if exit portal active is on, so 69. Does anything here turn on 69? No? No? Yep. Yep, it does. Okay, let's cut that. So that would be why. That would be why. It's because it's then turning on this switch right here, which then does all of this stuff. So it's basically just doing it a second time. That would do it. Yeah, that would be it. All right. Okay, so let's get that turned off, and now let's go take a look. We'll take a look. It's in a tomb. Tomb of Vercilias. Oh. What? Why does all that get shown again? So it erases everything. Turn on show dialogue. Turn off 150, turn off 149. Oh, I think I need to turn off 164. So yeah, so turn that off. So 164, turn off. Turn off A and B. Turn off A and B. And then exit event processing. Yeah, then we'll take care of the non-win later. But for now, turn off those switches. That would be why it's doing some weird stuff there. Okay. All right. I see you. I see what you're talking about, boy. Here we go. There we go. All right. So aside from the whole little gray thing there, I'll figure something out there. Because that's just kind of like a weird visual glitch we can fix. There we go. Then I can leave. Come back. Okay, that's a... LOL, turn on 69. You gotta turn on 69. It's gotta happen. Oh my gosh. Okay. On the bright side, at least this is not like me hitting a brick wall, right? Because here's the thing. With the freaking circular puzzle, as you all know, it's been like I've been running into a brick wall for the past like 2 weeks. So I will happily take these weird quirks over the freaking whatever it is that I've been dealing with this freaking thing. We're getting close. It's just little things here and there that I just need to figure out. So when we click interact with the glyphs, the problem is it shows this little thing right here, which is not ideal. Running into a brick wall is not good for your health. It really is not. It is not good for my health, but I do it anyway. Why? I don't know. It's probably because of freaking Derek. Yeah. Derek, you need to fix these bugs. I don't care that you're busy, Derek. These bugs are important. All right, get to them later. We can't be letting people see all these bugs, okay? There's too many bugs. We got to fix them. Freaking Derek. I don't know what I pay this guy for. He's always back there doing who knows what. Okay, so it's the little things. It's the little things. We're going to get there. We're going to figure it out. It's going to be fine. It's going to be all right. But the fact that we have it freaking working now is, oh my gosh. What you pay him? I really shouldn't. I thought that I would try and be a little bit generous, but I don't think that Derek is deserving of a paycheck this week. Derek, should I not pay you this week? Okay, well then get to work. Fix the bugs. Thank you. Jeez, this guy. Nothing but excuses from Derek. LegenderDev says, morning. I can't hear you since I'm live, but have a good rest of your stream. Legender, I appreciate you being here. Thank you for even popping in while you're live. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hopefully you have an absolutely fantastic... Oh, you can't hear me. I hope you have a great stream. Thanks for popping in. There we go. Wait, popping, not pop. I'm not gonna say that. Popping. Oh my gosh. Whew, there we go. No wonder you cannot stream full time. I know. It's all of my money is going to freaking Derek, and he does nothing. Freaking Derek is just back there. He says he's doing stuff. He says he is, and I just don't believe him. I don't believe him. And yeah, it's He meant to say thanks for pooping. Yes, thanks for pooping in. I appreciate that. But yeah, the fact that we have this like 99% of the way there is such a huge monumental shift compared to what we have been staring down the barrel of the gun at the past like 2 weeks. It literally felt like I was not ever going to actually figure this out / get a good thing going here. I sometimes cannot stand RNG. Oh my gosh. Wait. So you're 33, so 34, 35, 36, 37. So I need to be right here. So that means I have to go all the way down, out and around, up this way just to get to this freaking room. I sometimes love the way that the RNG works, but also at the same time, I'm just like, really? But the fact it's like freaking, it's like different sized like discs every time. So like it's like, you know, this one does like a freaking 270. This one's just a 90. This one's just a 90. It makes me so happy, so freaking happy that it's actually working. And then you can like whoop, it's like, whoop. Oh, it just so happy it's actually working. I know there's bugs, and Derek's gonna fix them. I promise Derek's gonna fix them. If not, Derek, do you remember what happened last time? Yeah, don't let it happen again. So anyway, once Derek gets all these bugs fixed, everything will be just so much better. It's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be great. Yeah, so good times. Hi 6H 5-star. Well, I'm guessing that just is supposed to say high star. Says, whoop.
Mathradog wants Moonman to do 10 bicep curls.
Oh boy. We're getting into it, aren't we? Right at the end of the stream, you want me to get all physical, huh?
Mathradog just redeemed stream.
I suppose I can. Highstar says, is this Game Maker? No, it is not. It is actually RPG Maker MV. Wait, did it say stretch? I think it did. Anyway, yes, this is RPG Maker MV. Not exactly the most probably smartest engine to use for a game like this, but it technically gets the job done. So, but yeah, good times. You seem to have lots of energy. I can tell you this right now. If I was not live, I would be just dead tired. I don't know how to do it because like I can feel like my energy levels are like basically at 0% right now, but I try and keep it exciting and fun for the camera. For all of you beautiful people, I try to keep it fun and exciting seeming, even though I am like, okay, I am at my wit's end right now. Even though I'm feeling a little bit more energized because of the fact that like if I do interact with glyphs and like randomly picks them and I can be like whoop and it's like a whoop and it's like a whoop. Oh my gosh, it just makes me so happy the fact that that's actually working. Again, buggy. I gotta fix this stuff. I gotta fix the little clipping problem with the image layers, but it's actually working way better than I was anticipating it to actually work in time. I'm not gonna lie. If I'm being completely honest, I thought that I was gonna have to scrap the towel on this throw in the towel on this entire potential for the whole spinning glyphs thing for the portal. I honestly thought I was gonna have to. So I'm glad that I don't. Oh, well, that was an easy one. I'm glad that I don't, and that it's actually working, and yeah. Should be good times. So anyway, I'm going to go through and I'm going to adjust and fix some of the little bugs that there are. Because again, they're not game breaking. They're just little bugs. I'll get them fixed. I mean, Derek will get them fixed and it should be a good time. Highstar says, yeah, RPG Maker is actually pretty powerful. Nice. What you making? It is. It really is. And I feel like a lot of people don't really realize the potential that RPG Maker has if you just put in, enough time, effort, and passion for your project. You can make games like this. Which, speaking of which, since you're asking, I'm going to explain it really quick, and then Mathra, I promise we're gonna do the all the stuff you're deemed. So anyway, basically, really quickly, I'm just going to do a really quick recap. It is a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG where the combat is based off of Blackjack. You are a bounty hunting adventurer who is delving into what is now known as the Tomb of Vercilias to find and capture a mage.
Thanks for the follow. Hi 6H5 tar.
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Here we go again. Exactly. Here we go again. But yeah, so basically you are coming in here into what is known as the Tomb of Vercilias to capture the Mage Vercilias. So Vercilias used to be the right-hand mage of the king, and he kind of started like researching dark magic, and the king was not a fan of that, and so he ordered for his arrest. Vercilias heard about this, and so he put a curse on his wizard's tower to make it ever shifting and changing, so it would never be the same layout twice, basically creating a unnavigable labyrinth of rooms and corridors. And it worked. No one was ever able to find Vercilias, but no one has ever seen Vercilias come out of his tower, and so everyone just assumes that he probably trapped himself in his own tower with his own spell, and he has now perished in his own tower. The king, though, will not accept that. He's like, no, unless I see him dead or alive in front of me, then I will not believe it. And so he's put out a bounty on Vercilias' head. And so yeah, so you are you along with many other bounty hunting adventurers are going in here to what is now called the Tomb of Vercilias, because everyone just assumes that he is dead in his tower. And yeah, so it is a randomly generated tomb that you'll just explore. It's very retro style. And yeah, so you'll just be exploring this tomb. You'll be collecting items in the shape of these D20s, or there'll like be actual items in here as well. These are just placeholder items as of right now. But yeah, so there'll be items throughout the tomb. There will be these D20s, which basically the D20s you'll use to upgrade your spells. So each one of these are linked to a different element. So you got Pyro, Geo, Hydro, and Necro. Right here. And yes, then basically these are linked to your spells, and the spells you will then use in combat to be able to do damage. So basically the combat is based off of Blackjack, so you draw cards. Like if you're familiar with Blackjack, you're playing Blackjack, but instead of like the regular suits on the cards, like, you know, hearts, clubs, diamonds, things like that, they are linked to, you know, Pyro, Geo, Hydro, and Necro. And so as you draw each of the suits, it will then activate the spell that you're using to actually, you know, do damage. So yeah, so basically you'll use these D20s, you'll merge them together to create stronger D20s. So, you know, 1 and a 1 make a 2, 2 and a 2 make a 3, so on and so forth. And then you use those upgraded D20s to then upgrade your spell book, which will then upgrade your spell power. But eventually you'll be able to like kind of mix and match different elements. You can create, you know, like Pyro Hydro spells or Geo Necro spells and stuff like that. So hopefully it should be a good time. Yeah, I'm trying to make as much customization as possible. So yeah, so you'll be able to build your spells. There'll be a skill tree, so like as you level up, there's you know, different skills that you'll be able to kind of like build out your player with, you know, different resistances and buffs and luck and all that fun stuff. So yeah, that's kind of what we got so far. And again, it is a roguelike, so you're not meant to actually make it through all the way without dying. So as you die and then you enter the tomb again, there's a perk card system that has different buffs and debuffs that will, you know, kind of hopefully mix up your run each time. So that's the hope anyway. That is the hope, and that is what we got so far. So yes, we're about a year in. I'm hoping to have a playable demo out in about 2 to 3 months, and then I want to have the full release done before the end of the year. So it's kind of what we're going. It's kind of what we're hoping for. My ultimate goal though is, yeah, to just be able to get the game finished and done before the end of this year. My hope was to have it done last year, and that didn't pan out because I kept adding way too much to the game. It has evolved. It has evolved a lot over the past year of me developing it, but I feel like it's probably for the better. So, but anyway, yeah. So I appreciate the follow. I appreciate you being here, and yeah, I appreciate that you think it looks sick. I'm yeah, definitely trying to make it as I want to make it as retro looking, like true to like a retro feel as possible, while also making it, you know, fun and hopefully exciting. So fingers crossed. But anyway, all right, Mathra, you did redeem the bicep curls, the chest benders, and the stretch. So let's do that really quick. We're gonna chump the jams. We're gonna pump the jams. We're gonna do some bicep curls, some chest benders, and then I think that's probably gonna be the end of the stream. But yeah, let's get that going. So here we go. Oh my gosh, I almost died. All right, here we go. Count them with me. We got 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. And we got the chest benders. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. Those things get way more difficult at the end of the night. Oh, okay. Jonah says, damn, getting buffer and buffer. Slowly but surely. All right, everyone, let's do a stretch. We're going to go to the right this time. Here we go. And to the left. Oh, and backwards. Buddy. Oh, that feels good. Oh, thank you, Mathra. I appreciate that. Ooh, all right. Breathe. I probably should. Highstar says, how long have you been working on this? So it's been about a year now. So I started in December of 2024. And it used to be a much more simple game. It was going to be a very simple game. No random tomb generation, like no random dungeon generation, no, it's very different from what it originally started out as. So there's a lot that I've added, a lot that I've changed, a lot that I'm just like, I feel like these things are needed to make the game more fun, interesting, exciting. So I don't want it to be just like some small little game, you know, you'd find on itch and you'd be like, oh, this is a fun little, like I do, like, eventually there also will be like a full storyline, a whole like quest storyline, because I guess there also is a town in the game as well, which will basically kind of just like work as a central hub, essentially, where there will be NPCs, quests, you know, this is where like you'll get the actual storyline. So when you're not in the tomb, you'll be here in the town. So there will be an inn with, you know, NPC, you'll be, you know, she'll have a whole quest line, a whole bit of the story. All of it is completely optional. Like, you could just do the tomb, do the dungeon, and call it good. And you can just use her as a vendor to like buy and sell items. But she will have, you know, a whole quest line to kind of like go a little bit more into the story of the game. Same thing with the Mages Guild. So same thing here. You know, he's got his whole quest storyline. Like, some of them kind of like intermingle with each other. But it's gonna be a lot of like asking you to like do things in the tomb and like just kind of like figuring things out. Yeah, and then, you know, so you can buy and sell the D20 dice from him. So like, if you get a whole bunch, you're just like, I don't need any of these ones anymore. I don't want to go through merging them. And you're like, I'm going to buy all of these higher valued ones. You can do that as well. So it's kind of a way for you to, like, you know, not only be able to get better dice that you would maybe want and or need, but it's also a way for you to, like, if you wanted to make money by just like going into the tomb, getting a whole bunch of dice and coming back and selling them, you can 100% do that. Then here's the spell book that I was talking about. So yeah, so basically with the spell book, you will be able to not only upgrade your spells, but once you get your first spell slot up to a level 5, it will then unlock a secondary dice spot in the spell book. So you could just throw in another Geo dice here, and so now you would have a stronger Geo spell, and it's now doing 7 damage per attack. But you can start mixing and matching. So if I were to pull that out and say, let's throw in a pyro dice, this would now be some kind of like a Geo pyro hybrid spell. So it'd be like, I don't know, like flaming something. I have a whole list of spell names. I also think I want to make it so that people can actually name their spells as well. So if you wanted to, you could like click up here and like edit your spell names and create your own spells. So yes, that's kind of like general ideas. Yeah, you're just mixing and matching, building out your spell book, collecting items, doing quests, leveling up your character, all sorts of fun stuff. And yeah, and then there will be a church. Again, I'm not quite sure what kind of vendor stuff he'll have, but you know, he'll have his whole quest line, a tavern that'll have a whole quest line. I also want to have a whole bunch of mini games in here, and then yeah, then you can head into the tomb. You can start your run, and then when you die in the tomb, if you die, so basically the way that it works is, I'm trying to decide exactly what it's going to be. I think what we're going to do is we're going to have a couple different difficulty settings. So basically, anytime you leave the tomb, whether it is you die or you're purposefully leaving, you will lose your perk cards. It's like this will go no matter what. So like, so the stuff over there on the far right, anytime you leave the tomb, this stuff leaves. You never keep this. And then I think what we're going to do probably is, if you're on like a easy setting, you will keep your dice, you'll keep your items if you die. And then on like a medium difficulty, you'll lose your dice, but you'll keep your items. And then if you're on a hard difficulty, you'll lose your dice and your items if you ever die in the tomb. Yeah, but then if you leave intentionally, you will keep your dice and your items. So at the end, and this is basically what we've been working on tonight and for the past like week now. So basically the way that it works is as you reach the end of the tomb, let's see if I can freaking find room 38. Come on, where's room 38? Let me find it. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're in room 40, so I need to be right here. I think I need to go like all the way down, out and around. I love RNG. RNG is fantastic, but sometimes I'm just like, I just want to go over there. So anyway, so basically every single floor will have this teleportation portal you can activate. And so there's just like a little mini game. So basically throughout the tomb, and then we're still building it out, there will be this little purple icon here. This will be like a little jewel you'll find somewhere in the tomb. It'll just be like randomly somewhere. So you'll have to find that first, and then it'll show up in your inventory, and then you can drag and drop it into here. And then once you have it in here, then you'll just do like this little mini puzzle to like connect all of these lines up to the portal. And then once you do that, then it will activate and turn on the portal, minus the little weird visual glitches and all that fun stuff. So, and then of course, like this is kind of buggy, and if I leave and come back, then this is all buggy. So it's a bit of a buggy mess right now, but we're making progress slowly but surely. Let's see, High Star says, nice, just watch that scope creep. I'm 10 years into my game, been a long journey. Oh my gosh, that is a very long time. Holy smokes. But hey, I mean, so long as you are still enjoying making it, and so long as you don't give up, which I would assume after 10 years, you're probably not going to just give up. But yeah, so long as you're still enjoying it, so long as you don't give up, so long as it eventually happens, it doesn't really matter if it takes a year, 10 years, 50 years, so long as you're able to make what you want to make and then eventually get it out and release it and have other people see it. That's honestly at the end of the day what I would say matters. So yeah, but that's super awesome though. I like that. I like that. Well, I'm not gonna say that you have to, but if you would like, we do have a Discord server, and on the server we actually have a channel. We've got a couple different channels where if you would like to share the progress on your game, so we've got an art channel where people share. Oh my gosh, Fairly, it's so good. Got a call from the higher ups. They said this cog thing needs to go. I like that. Yeah, so if you wanted to, I'm not saying you have to, but if you wanted to, you know, there's a place to post art. We've got like a creator corner for like for anyone that's creating things, community projects, anything and everything. Like if you wanted to share stuff about your game and like share it with everybody in the server. It's not like a massive server, but like, you know, we've got some people in here. Yeah, feel free 100%. We would love to see what you're working on, what you got going on. I already have an idea for an expansion. Oh, really? That'd be kind of cool. I would be down to do a couple expansions or like free DLCs for the game. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Yeah, I've given up dozens of times for a week or month at a time and just keep coming back to it. Yeah, check it out. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's I get that. I get that. Although usually when I would give up and walk away, I would then come back and then start working on a different project. So that was always my problem, is because it's like I've been using RPG Maker for like 25 years now. It's been a very long time, and I have made hundreds of projects that I've started and then given up on, like anywhere from a day later to a month later, 2 months later, a year later. And okay, I don't think I've ever worked on it. This is definitely the longest project I've worked on, but it's definitely been days, weeks, sometimes even months that I've spent working on something, and then I'll either get excited about something else and I'll just drop it and leave it, or I'll like hit a roadblock and be like, I'm moving on. So yeah, this is definitely like the longest I've spent on a project, and this one I'm like, I'm finishing this one. It's gonna happen. Do you do this full time? I wish this was a full-time thing for me. No, I don't quite make enough, which, you know, completely understandable. I know that I mean, I've only been doing this for about a year now, so I started streaming when I started this project is when I started streaming. I was like, you know what? This seems like an exciting project. I want to finish it. And so basically the reason why I started streaming was because I was like, I want to finish it. I want to find a way to hold myself accountable. And I was like, what better way than to start streaming it, hopefully have people see, and then hopefully get invested enough to where I'm like, okay, now I feel like I have to. Oh, I meant game dev? Oh, no. I also wish I was a full-time game dev. But no, I work in IT though. I'm an IT manager, so it's like I do IT stuff. But yeah, I wish that I could do game dev full-time. I think that'd be so much fun. I'm actually like kind of jealous about, like, there are some people in the community that they are like game devs as their like full-time job, and they get to come home and like do more game dev but like on their own projects. I'm just like, that sounds like so much fun. I wish that I could do game dev during the day and then come home and do more game dev, but oh well. So anyway, yes, it's good times. Yeah, cool. I was an IT assistant director at my last role, doing software dev for Hitachi now. Oh, wow. That's impressive. That is very impressive. Well then, yeah, you may get a little bit frustrated by some of the stuff that you'll see me do here on the stream, because I am by no means an expert at all. In fact, I am very much so in like my JavaScript infancy as of right now. I had an absolute disdain for JavaScript up until like just a couple months ago, honestly. Well, okay, it's been slightly longer than that, but like basically before I started this project, I absolutely hated. When I started this project, I hated. I was probably like 3 or 4 months into it before I was finally like, I need to start using JavaScript in this project, don't I, if I'm going to make it work? And it has panned out. I've learned a little bit here and there, but yeah, it's coming along though. I definitely would not be able to do what I'm doing right now without a JavaScript. So yeah, for better or worse. Anyway, yeah, cool. Well, let's it's just makes me so happy. No, maybe I could offer some constructive criticism sometimes, but I'd never judge. I am always down for some good constructive criticism. I need it sometimes. I need it. Mathra can attest to the fact that I need constructive criticism sometimes. Otherwise, I just go off the rails and then it's not good. It is not a good time. So anyway, cool. Well, I think we're probably going to end it there. I surprisingly actually made it all the way to the 12:30 mark, which is not usually what I do. I feel like I'm usually ending early for the past couple weeks, basically since like the holidays. But yeah, we're definitely going to get it back to the point where we're going all the way till 12:30 or later and trying to get this stuff done and working. So I will have Derek work on the you hear that, Derek? I'm going to have you work on some of these bugs over the weekend. I'm going to hopefully try and get a little bit of progress done and, see if I can work out at least the rest of these little bugs here on the whole starting thing here. And, yeah, hopefully should be a good time. I hope. So yeah, if I don't get all the bugs done, then we'll work on it the next time. I probably am not going to do anything with the actual like orb piece in the tomb, because that's going to be a little bit more work, just like figuring out like where to put it, how to find it, making it an actual item and all that fun stuff. So yeah, he nearly ruined his combat mechanics. I really did nearly ruin the combat mechanics. That is actually 100% accurate. I like the idea in terms of what it is, but not for this project. Maybe for another thing, but not for this project. Anyway, okay, well, I do appreciate everyone for being here. Thank you all so much for an absolutely fantastic stream. Appreciate all the chats, for the gifted subs. I appreciate all of the support, both financially and just being here, just hanging out, chatting, watching. It really does mean so much to me. So I truly appreciate it. So thank you. I hope that everyone has an absolutely fantastic rest of their evenings or days, mornings, wherever you may be in this world. I will see you all on the Sunday stream, and yeah, should be a good time. So always remember,
thanks for the follow, highstar_.
Highstar_. I appreciate the follow. Thank you for that. But yeah, so hopefully I'll have a good one. I'll see you on the Sunday stream, and as we'd said earlier in the stream, where I said, remember the Moonwood ABCs. Always be creative. Always be creative. Always forget. Nope. Don't forget. Always be creative. Okay, I think that's it. So I'm gonna go now. Okay, goodbye.